Hello, Jacksonites. Pardon the little bit of an absence, but Valentine's Day came and went, so I was otherwise occupied. Today, me and good old Seanie Boy are embarking on a journey, or more so, we're embarking on the conclusion of a long journey that me and him have been going through for the past couple weeks.
Me and
More
one.
so for him because he powered
I
through it in 6 days.
I powered through the entirety of the DC extended universe in 6 days. That to me is the most insane binge feat I think I've ever done in such a short amount of time. I put all other video plans on hold and everything else. I'm like, no, I'm going to, if I don't get much sleep, I'm going to watch the entirety of the DC extended universe. Because Nick and I were talking last week and it was like Friday. He's like, hey, want to get this thing out? He's like, 2 weeks. I'm like, no, no, no. We're getting this done next week. I'm fully committed to completing this rewatch. And I mean, I was so exhausted. I would close my eyes and I dream, and I feel like I was like everything was DCEU for so long. Even in my dreams, like I couldn't escape it. But you know what? It's like I'm glad I managed to achieve it because now we can get here and do this long anticipated ranking video. And this is a very difficult series to kind of rank too, because but I wanted to rewatch the whole thing because I couldn't just do it off memory. I feel like it wouldn't do it justice. And some of these movies I'd only seen one time, so I think watching it like pretty much nonstop in a row is the way to go, especially when you have so many entries. When you have maybe like 3 or 4, or if you have less than 10, it's a little bit easier to do. But when you have an entire franchise that's been the biggest clusterfuck, I think one of the craziest like behind the scenes drama and everything else to go with it, and the studio executive changes. I want a movie about the making of the DC extended universe. I think that's what, and even movies that get written off for tax purposes. So the DCEU was in such a strange state. I was there for the beginning, I was there for the end, and it all ends on the most chill actor and probably the whole series just enjoying himself a cheeseburger. Like we really just went there. So I'm ready for this thing, Nick. Are you?
Well, today, me and Seanie Boy will be ranking the DC Extended Universe. In my case, from least best to very best.
Same here.
So, not wanting to beat around the bush, especially since a lot of things that I want to say I already have written down. I've been looking forward to doing this for a very long time. I would like to do an MCU ranking video at some point in the future if the franchise ever comes to an end. But with the Marvels being a box office bomb, that's probably more likely than ever at this point. But with that being said, I've been so excited and I've been having so much anticipation for doing this video. I did something that I never thought that I would do. I wrote a speech that I would like to read to you guys right now. This is sort of long, so please bear with me. And if I stumble over my words, my keypad doesn't like to input certain keys, so I think I have some typos here. But again, bear with me.
If you stumble or stutter, don't worry. I won't do the Billy Madison where he's like, today, Junior. All right, go ahead. I'll mute myself until you're done. Promise.
2023 was a very controversial and tumultuous year for the entirety of the film industry. While there certainly were some pleasant highs, as every year does have, 2023 seemed to have some of the worst lows that we've seen in a very long time. Almost every studio suffered some kind of major loss. Universal suffered both Renfield and The Last Voyage of the Demeter flopping miserably. Paramount had Transformers Rise of the Beast underperform despite getting pretty good reviews. Sony didn't really have any film flops, but with the release of the PlayStation 5 costing Sony several $billions as of February of this year, probably because it's too woefully overpriced in a woefully overinflated economy. But of all studios, Disney, I believe, was the studio who took the worst of the hits. As with 2023 being the studio's centennial celebration, they suffered some of the most catastrophic bombs over the course of the year, honestly, probably since the 1980s. Wish, The Little Mermaid, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which arguably was Disney's largest flop of the year, and as well as The Haunted Mansion, all bombing miserably in the box office. The film business also seemed to struggle to find what it really wanted to focus on in 2023. The three highest grossing films were all drastically different, with Barbie being a feminazi anti patriarchy satire, Oppenheimer being an ambitious biopic about a surprisingly obscure and misunderstood scientific genius, and the Super Mario Brothers movie, a video game adaptation, which, according to Rotten Tomatoes, is a piece of garbage, but according to the general public, was a fun, entertaining, and escapist romp. All three films being from three drastically different genres. And of all genres in 2023, the superhero genre, hands down, saw the absolute lowest of lows in its entire history, at least since it really got on its feet back in 1998. We also saw Disney reach some massive lows of lows throughout the year, with Ant-Man Quantumania massively underperforming and being the first film to shatter Marvel executives' bubble with audiences just not liking it. Marvel's Secret Invasion was also met with much dislike, with it apparently being a complete both snoozer and sloppy mess. And also, The Marvels being the first film in the entirety of the MCU to be a complete box office bomb. Many reasons could be attributed to this massive decline in the superhero genre, especially on the part of the MCU. The most commonly agreed on, most likely reasons being A, Disney putting out subpar films, focusing on quantity over quality, B, Disney refusing to change with times, trying to force the idea of just doing what they think works again and again without realizing that same formula is getting incredibly stale. And C, this I believe being the most likely reason, is the rampant superhero fatigue. Everywhere I see online and in person, so many people are expressing massive disinterest in the superhero genre, with film after film, show after show, comic after comic bombarding us left and right. And no matter what we say, it seems the studios just keep trying to desperately throw whatever they can at us in a desperate attempt to recapture the heights of Avengers Endgame and Aquaman. And it seems like no matter what they try, the more we just aren't having it. The majority of the public wants something different other than just more of the same genre again and again and again. I myself have been experiencing superhero fatigue as the MCU hasn't put out a single good film for me since Thor Ragnarok back in 2017. Granted, I could technically be wrong, as I actually haven't seen an MCU film outside from one since Captain Marvel. That one exception being the Black Widow movie, and with it being as generic and standard as I suspected, just proved to me that the glory days of the MCU are long gone, and the glory days of the superhero genre in general are also pretty much mostly gone. There is, however, one exception. Warner Brothers, I would still say, is arguably my favorite film studio, but I do acknowledge that they have some major flaws. What with the rampant tax write offs, arguably the worst cases of studio interference, And aside from maybe Sony, the most blatant cases of a studio outright ignoring what fans want to see, rather just sticking to what they want to work, and it more often than not just not working. And most of the time, it's with the superhero genre where Warner Brothers acts the most like a bunch of assholes. Even going back to the year 1980 with Superman 2, Warner Brothers just keep trying to force their hands and take the reins with how films are made and not letting talented directors and actors just do what they do best. Granted, Superman 2 got the Richard Donner cut, but that was after 26 years and the underperformance of Superman Returns. And of all their superhero projects, none have been more mistreated and mishandled than the DC Extended Universe. Starting back in 2013 with Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, this was essentially WB's answer to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. While Snyder initially wanted to make a 5-part Superman franchise, it was quickly turned into something else, bringing in yet another Batman, a new live action Wonder Woman, as well as a bunch of other DC superheroes, both well known and obscure, and making up a franchise of 16 films and one season of a TV show. And it's definitely safe to say the DCEU is arguably the most divisive franchise in the history of cinema. Aside from maybe the Godzilla franchise, never in my life have I seen a franchise that is so massively both loved and hated. Some installments making good money and being well liked by critics, like Shazam, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman, that film being the only time the franchise ever made the studio $1 billion, and some others being labeled some of the worst superhero films of all time, namely Suicide Squad 2016 and The Flash. And speaking of Aquaman, that seemed to be the last time the franchise really made big money, as every film after that either underperformed or was a flop. Granted, only a week or so after Birds of Prey came out, the COVID-19 pandemic started, and that certainly hurt both that film, Wonder Woman 84, and The Suicide Squad. But that, combined with the early onset of bad superhero fatigue, seemed to spell the franchise's doom. As it seemed no matter what, the franchise could never recover in the public eye, both financially and in the eyes of the fans. I say this because, as much shade that I throw towards the studio, I also think that toxic fan expectations certainly hurt this franchise. Maybe not quite Star Wars or Terminator levels of toxic gatekeeping, but this franchise was also severely held back by asshole comic purists that held ungodly high expectations for these films, and if those weren't met 150%, they just completely condemned the films to fail. Many of these people are probably insane MCU nuts and just think anything that's not the MCU is complete trash. But as I've learned, and Seanie Boy has learned too, in my personal opinion, many DC fans just suck. And towards the end of the run, it seemed like people just stopped caring and refused to give perfectly good films a chance, which is an unfortunate thing that is growing more and more prominent with many common moviegoers and hardcore fans just being a bunch of gatekeeping dicks and trolls, which is growing increasingly more toxic and disgusting, and quite frankly is quickly ruining many franchises and fan bases for me, Star Wars being the worst, of course. Warner Brothers was also a studio hit hard by 2023. They also celebrated their centennial celebration, and they were hit almost as bad as Disney. Granted, they had Barbie, which became their highest grossing film in their entire history, outclassing Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. But outside of that, it seemed little else that they put out was all that successful. And some things came to an end, especially for the superhero genre. The Arrowverse, which started back in 2012, coming to a quite unceremonious end in 2023, but with the release of Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom marking the end of the DC Extended Universe, again with seemingly little audience fanfare. Granted, this could be due to the rampant superhero fatigue, but people are seemingly not all that torn up over the demise of this franchise, except for me. I've stated many times the DCEU, in my opinion, is the most consistent, most action packed, entertaining, and greatest superhero franchise in the history of cinema. Unlike the MCU, which seems perfectly fine to just copy and paste the same shit over and over again and stay very low risk across the board, the DCEU took many risks and strayed into several different subgenres. Some were straight up action and adventure films, a couple were romantic comedies, some took war film elements, and some were violent, R rated, over the top splatter flicks. Many of these films are some of my all time favorite superhero films, and also a few are some of my all time favorite films in general. While there are certainly lesser installments, some with their faults, and there are some with very questionable decisions made over the course of the franchise, the whole Justice League debacle with enough questionable choices to fill out multiple documentaries, it still remains my favorite superhero franchise unashamedly. And now that it's reached its end, I feel like the time is right after binging all 16 films and its one TV series. It's time to rank the franchise from least best to very best. As I don't think that there is a bad film in this franchise, this will undoubtedly be the most difficult franchise I have ever ranked. But with good old Seanie Boy here to join me, he and I both are up for the task. So, we of course are dressed for the occasion, me rocking Superman, him rocking Batman. Let's crack open the sponsor and let us begin with our ranking of the DC Extended Universe. Shawnee Boy, you can go first. Oh, wait, actually, anything you want to add to my little speech there?
No, I mean, that was a very impassioned speech, Nick. I think maybe the only thing I'd add too is some fans, I don't know if you really mentioned this part, but some fans were not happy that this universe is ending, namely fans of a certain filmmaker known as Zack Snyder, and refused to let it go. Uh, I guess
That's why I just kind of wrapped it up with the whole Justice League debacle.
right. That's just that one movie. That one movie just caused this. Well, I mean, it kind of began with BVS. It's the three movies: BVS, Suicide Squad, Justice League. Like back to in Justice League, I should say. That trilogy right there is what kind of just threw everything off the rails, because they would have Wonder Woman, Aquaman, big huge hits, and then Shazam, which was much lower budgeted but still a big financial success and well reviewed. We're in a strange state right now, but yes, fine speech, sir. Well said. Brought up some excellent points. We're here to toast to the end of the DC Extended Universe, say our final goodbyes. Which it's so weird, like, because even when I rewatched, binging this entire thing in a week, you do get such a large variety of like highs and lows with this series for me. Like, there's some I enjoyed, and there's some where the first time I didn't quite enjoy it, but then revisiting them again. Like one film in particular, I actually had more fun the second time I watched it, and then some kind of got worse the second time I watched it, and some I just was like, "What was I thinking back then?"
I'll be right back.
Yeah, so it was a strange state too, because like going back to the DCU, I was there for the midnight showing of Man of Steel. I went there, I was so stoked and excited for the start of this thing. I wanted DC to be very successful because Marvel had just done the Avengers the year prior, and DC was wrapping up the Chris Nolan trilogy. Now, there was obviously several attempts beforehand to try and start a shared cinematic universe. Green Lantern coming out in 2011 was the prime example, and that film stumbling out the gate quite well. And it's just been kind of a shame that DC, like, we're now rebooting and kind of having to start over again with the new DC universe by James Gunn. And it's kind of a shame. I feel like we kind of almost, like, on the one hand, we got some really solid films and we got some really interesting experimental stuff with DC doing interesting and more unique stuff as a result of some things not quite working so well. But on the other hand, there's part of me that's just like, oh, we got to start over again. And like, I want DC to be successful. I'm more of a DC Comics fan than I am a Marvel Comics fan, which Nick knows that. And I want them to be successful. And it's been so divisive, really kind of from the get-go with Man of Steel. I mean, I think people like Man of Steel more than like Batman v Superman, but it's been just one of those things where it's never fully been this universally praised franchise in a way. I mean, Marvel kind of had that really high buzz earlier on. Obviously, now it's not really the case, given post-Endgame especially. But it's just kind of a shame that it never quite reached, I think, its full potential in a way for a variety of reasons. So with that said, I got all the films right here that have been physically released. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom obviously won't be coming out on Blu-ray until next month, but I did pre-order it. But we're making this ranking list off the get-go. So 17 entries total. We're including both cuts of Justice League because they're totally different movies entirely. And one...
we will not be including the theatrical cuts of either Suicide Squad 2016 or Batman versus Superman.
Right, we're just doing the full cut, like the extended cut. They're pretty much the same thing for me. It's just like a few extra minutes. BVS, I haven't watched the theatrical cut released since it first came out. I don't feel like there's any reason to if you're going to watch the movie. Oh, and Jack is here too. Hey, Jack, we're actually going to get started on the actual ranking in a second, so you can sit and watch us rank the entire franchise. We had our big intros out of the way. So, yes, we are talking Ultimate Edition BVS. I mean, Batman vs. Superman, when I think of it, I just think of the Ultimate Edition because, like, that's where you're getting
it is the definitive cut of the film.
Right. Man of Steel never really had any director's cuts or anything, which is kind of surprising given Zack Snyder likes to take a really long time with his movies. So, with that said, we're going to start this thing off with the film that changed everything, the film that would make a fantastic behind-the-scenes drama about the making of the film, none other than, let me grab it right here, for spot number 17 in the lowest of the low of this franchise. This is really tough for me to choose between the bottom two, but ultimately, given the behind-the-scenes drama and the Frankenstein's monsters nature of this film, in 17th place, we have none other than Justice League, which really sucks. This steelbook looks really awesome, too, with art by Jim Lee. Justice League 2017. I will admit, the first time I saw this thing, I went to an early press screening. It was the first time I ever went to a press screening of sorts for a movie early. And I actually made friends with somebody who I'm still friends with to this day. So I am thankful for that initial theatrical experience. Hardcore fans, we were laughing, having a good time. And we're like, you know what, that's not too bad. However, like I said, it was in the moment, had a good time. The Deathstroke post-credit scene happened, and the creepy mustache stuff, and we were kind of laughing, having a good time at times. But upon repeat viewings, something sort of happened. I really could see the disaster unfold before my very eyes, and obviously we learned later on of all the stuff that's wrong with it in a way. And rewatching it again after not having seen it in a few years, this film sucks. It's bad. The first shot of the movie is Henry Cavill, that really, like, I mean, I don't swing that side of the fence, but that was a handsome man, and they just absolutely destroyed. They took, like, it's like they went from handsome Squidward to like the ugly. It's like the reverse Ugly Duckling storyline in a way. They destroyed this man's face and just humiliated him. And the sad thing is, like, Henry Cavill's best performance, I think, as Superman is in the Whedon cut. In terms of like actually being allowed to be more Superman-like and showcasing more of his natural charisma, like he's laughing and seems more upbeat and kind of jolly, which was desperately needed earlier on in the scene. I mean, Man of Steel was fine, but then you get to BVS and it's just like he's so angsty and gloomy. But we'll get to that in a second. But
let's try to keep the comparisons between films kind of separate when we're talking about a certain installment. Let's just focus on that. I
Right,
know
right.
it's really easy to compare other movies,
Right, right, right.
especially since we have a lot of two-parters in this franchise.
Right. Well, I was
Let's
just kind
just
of
try
just
to
I was
keep
just
it
I was
separate.
mentioning the characterization of Superman, how he's kind of different for this thing. Batman is a complete buffoon in this film. Like Batman, he just generally really sucks in this cut of the movie. Like he is just a clown. Affleck does not give a shit. He is so miserably depressed. I mean, apparently this is what broke him and made him not want to do his Batman film because this behind the scenes drama and all that with this film. Joss Whedon apparently was a major asshole during the making of this thing. The other actors just aren't into it. The only one I feel like who comes out like strong and unscathed is Momoa's
Gal,
Aquaman. Well,
him too.
Gal, like she had some major issues with Whedon in that too. But it seems Momoa was the one who kind of came away the best with it. But every single shot of this movie just looks fake, like a poorly done green screen thing. Like when they're just in the little Batcave thing or whatever, everything just looks really bad. Steppenwolf is legitimately one of the worst characters I've ever seen in a movie. He is nothing. He is a video game boss. I mean, well, I'll get to the other cut of the movie later on, but he is a blank slate character. You have your first ever Justice League movie, and you go with Steppenwolf. Nobody gives a shit about Steppenwolf. Some do, but like he's not really been a big character in the comics all that much. And in this film, he's just a big bad CGI villain. When would have been better casting someone like a Gerard Butler as Steppenwolf, I think, and actually have them wear like a costume or something. You can do that thing where you can adjust the size of people, like how they do like different perspectives and that. It would have looked a lot better than this horrible CGI monstrosity. The action scenes aren't very good. Now, I do think there are some improvements in this cut, very slightly. There's one genuinely good scene in this film, and that's when Bruce is talking to Alfred about how Superman is more human than he is. Like that scene is actually like pretty like well done. And there is one funny bit with Aquaman and the lasso of truth. I think that was pretty good. But really, other than that,
Tell anybody about this, you'll meet every piranha I know.
right? Like Momoa comes away the best in this thing. Cyborg is pretty much nothing in this movie. They cut his entire storyline entirely because he is pretty much one of the main focal points of the Snyder cut of the film. But I will say this though, at least they let his dad live. But yeah, this is a movie. They're like studio Frankenstein's monster, absolutely horrible VFX work. Henry Cavill's poor looking face, CGI monstrosities. It looks ugly, especially in the end, the red sky stuff. Even the action scenes aren't very good. Maybe some of it's kind of so bad that it's unintentionally kind of funny, where he's like, "Tell me, do you bleed?" This is a movie that you need to have somebody with you to watch to kind of poke fun of, because watching it by yourself, like I did, I just felt miserable. At least it's short. I will give it that. It is a much shorter film, but just a disaster of a film. Fuck this movie. And that's our last place ranking.
Yeah, Justice Week, as I call it, JOSSTICE
The Elfman score is kind of cool at times.
WEAGUE. That's how I spell and pronounce this film. Joss Whedon, Justice Week is the bottom of the barrel for my ranking too. Now again, as I've stated, I do not think that there is a bad film in this franchise. This one is the closest to an exception because, oh God, please don't tell me I have to leave already. Okay, cool. Mainly because you can just kind of pretend this doesn't exist for the rest of eternity and nothing really would be lost. Justice League, again, I enjoy it. I gave it a rewatch last night. It was actually the first time I've seen it in almost 5 years last night. And so when I first saw the film, I loved it. I actually considered it to be one of my favorite superhero films of all time back in 2018. But now that I've seen it, and especially now that a better version of this film exists, This is completely obsolete. There's absolutely no reason to watch this movie anymore. But outside of it being obsolete, there's other reasons why you don't need to watch it. It's very poorly made. It screams rushed. It screams incomplete. It screams, yeah, there was a lot of shit cut out of this movie. And it screams lazy. Um, this is essentially great value The Avengers. If you were to watch The Avengers and then this cut of Justice League back to back, they would feel so similar. Batman is essentially made to be like Tony Stark.
But more of a bitch.
A little bit, yeah. The special effects are woefully inconsistent. There are some decent shots. I do like sometimes how brightly lit this movie is. It feels like a strong contrast to what we had before. It is a very colorful film, but unfortunately, a lot of that brightness renders a lot of the green screen and CG shots looking incredibly fake.
Oh god, that
Um,
Amazonian battle compared to this, I mean, the Snyder Cut doesn't look
oh
great
yeah,
either, but holy shit, does it look bad?
I would be willing to say it's like a 45 to 55% ratio of not green screen and green screen shots. It may even be more. There's so many green screen shots in this movie. I think it would almost make George Lucas blush.
God, you're right.
The CGI Henry Cavill face. Okay, there's a few shots and they could not have just been altered at all. Like when he first is resurrected and he's like gathering his bearings,
Mm-hmm.
it looks like okay because they don't really focus on it. But like when he grabs Batman by the chin and we get like really up close and personal with Henry's face, it sticks out like a sore thumb and it just looks horrendous.
I think the worst is still the first shot of the movie.
That one is pretty bad too. It kind of feels like you ever see a YouTube video where
Yep. You
it's
know what
like
would have been
inside?
a good way to explain that is the kids like in the After Effects looking at like, oh, sorry, we had this filter on you. Then he cut to his real face.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right.
It sticks out like a sore thumb. Um, it honestly feels like one of those AI generated short videos that you see all over the internet nowadays.
Ooh.
It's bad, it screams rushed, it screams incomplete, and it just is not good. Um, and yeah, the action scenes are entertaining enough, but a lot of this movie's problems, like story wise, boil down to the fact that it's just so obvious. So much footage is missing. Like, even before I saw the Snyder Cut, I could just tell there is a lot of missing stuff here. And
Right. And
pacing for a film of this caliber, for the gathering of the fucking Justice League, arguably the most famous superhero team in the history of the comic book genre, this movie does not need to be this rushed.
right. And then there's
Discount
scenes
credits.
and then
This
there's scenes that don't move the plot forward too, Nick. Like the Wonder Woman bank heist scene, even in the Snyder cut, what does that really like do to move the story forward? Nothing. You could cut that entirely, and it just
the
like
only thing I can think of, I mean, aside from her appearance in Batman versus Superman, this could be her like properly reintroducing herself to the world as a
Mhm.
superhero, because I kind of got the sense in Batman versus Superman this was the first time that she'd fought something probably since the events of Wonder Woman 84.
Mhm.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Right.
I see your point though. And it's a good action scene, but it's also cut short, and that's something that's really jarring for me because now I'm very familiar with the Snyder Cut. Now when I go back to this version, it just feels like such a downgrade. I
Mhm.
know what's missing, so it's so jarring whenever I see a scene that I know is longer and then it just cuts to the next part. It's like, oh, there was a lot missing there.
I will say this though, and the Whedon cut, I'll give it this, because the Snyder cut, it's so excessive when she blows up like half that fucking building. When the guy's loading his gun, she could just reach over and knock him out. No, no, no. Let me just use my little gauntlet things, which is completely unnecessary. Blows up half the building, nearly killing and injuring a bunch of people on the outside, disintegrating this man in front of a bunch of traumatized children, because that's exactly what they want to see. And then she goes to the little girl, "You okay, princess? I just watched you blow a man up. Of course I'm great." Like that's an addition where I'm like, I'm okay with some edits with it, because like that kind of takes away some of the needless excessiveness and the extreme excessive slow motion that we'll get to later on. But yeah, sorry, like I felt like I had to make that comment, because when I watched it, I'm like, okay, I will give it this one. It's a little bit quicker in that way. So
Um, like I said in our original terrible, no offense, Sean, ranking video back in 21, this just feels like a bad fan edit. And yeah, the special effects are again really inconsistent. There's so much green screen. It's very brightly lit to a detriment. The red skies sticks out like a sore thumb. Um, the action scenes are just kind of mediocre at best. And for a film of this large caliber, for the gathering of the Justice League, this movie is way too short. Discounting credits and the mid-credit scene, which was an entertaining scene with Superman and Flash having a race. This movie is only an hour and 48 minutes long. It's way too short and it's way too fast-paced. The best thing that I can say about this movie, aside from my nostalgic memories and feelings towards it, it is funny at times. The funniest scene being when Aquaman is sitting on the lasso of truth and Wonder Woman and Batman are just kind of awkwardly cracking up on the side watching Jason Momoa just go on and on and on, and then
yeah,
what
like that's that one. Okay, that one got me to
I
laugh.
think that was beautiful.
Right, and then there's some unintentionally funny bits too, like, "Do you bleed?"
Yeah.
I'll admit, my theater, we laughed really hard at that first scene. We were just like cracking up, like, "This is so stupid." Or when he's like, "Yep, something's definitely bleeding." It's so bad.
Yeah, it's so again, I can watch this. I don't know why I would, but I could watch this and enjoy it somewhat as kind of like a oh, the last thing too. This is the only time that I will compare the Snyder cut and the Whedon cut directly. This version of Steppenwolf is a joke. Namely, it's just the design. This does not look like Steppenwolf. I get it's like kind of vaguely looks sort of similar to Steppenwolf, what with the horned helmet and the giant axe. But other than that, like he's too short, he's too scrawny. He doesn't look very intimidating or threatening. Um, the voice is kind of okay, but the real thing that kills it is the cartoony ass CGI portraying him. Um, when they close up on his face, it looks kind of okay, but in wide shots, he really sticks out like a sore thumb. He doesn't look complete. He looks blurry and out of focus for a lot of this film. Um, yeah, this version of Steppenwolf sucks. So this cut of the film, again, I can enjoy it. It is entertaining in some ways, in a so bad it's good way. But I mean, that's not entirely a bad thing. But ultimately, the ultimate reason why this movie is at the bottom of the list for me, I don't like what this film represents. A greedy, idiotic studio desperately trying to just cash in on the hype and success of a different film and trying to take something that was not completed, trying to rush it out in 10 minutes and shove it down audiences' throat, them constantly saying, "We don't want this. We want you to take your time. Finish this. Give us finished product." And the studio just keeps saying, "No, no, this is what you want. Here, take this. Take this, please. This is what you want. This is what we're going to give you." And the fan base is like, "No, we don't want this. No, take this."
The sad thing
No.
too is, Nick, they could have delayed the movie, but the studios wanted to keep the executives at the time wanted to get their bonuses, so they left. They
That
sacrificed everything for those damn bonuses for already super rich guys.
That and also the studio was high off the success of Wonder Woman, which came out earlier that year. So they wanted to keep that hype train going by throwing this movie out at the end of the year. They were trying to compete with Disney with them releasing um, Star Wars Episode 8 at the end of that year, too. So they
Ooh,
just wanted that
another
big, giant end of the year theatrical big bonus. Yeah, like what you're talking about.
look at that
Um,
back-to-back disaster though. Justice League and The Last Jedi.
Hey, I'll take this movie any day over The Last Jedi.
Ugh, they're both so awful though, but at least this one's shorter.
Yeah.
it leaves no impact on me. The other movie just pisses me off more.
Yeah.
Plus,
Anyway,
we got the mulligan with it, anyways. So
yeah, Justice League is the lowest of the low for this franchise. Again, I can enjoy it, but it's not great. Nah. So your number 16.
well, with my number 16 film, we're going to talk about a film that came out in the year 2016, and this is none other than the film Suicide Squad, directed by David Ayer. Well, apparently his cut of the movie has never. Well, he apparently has his own version of the movie, much like Zack Snyder. But this one, of course, had all the studio meddling. But he actually did shoot the reshoots himself. Oh boy, Suicide Squad.
Just talk. I'll be right back.
Okay. Suicide Squad is one of those films that had some of the best trailers of all time for any movie in history. I remember, like, this is after BVS. People wanted something kind of fun. It's the first live action appearance of Harley Quinn, and then you have the return of the Joker and everything. And I was so eagerly anticipating this film. The trailers were a lot of fun. Bohemian Rhapsody, Ballroom Blitz. Like, this looked like a big, epic, fun, entertaining event movie. And then the film came out, and the first 20 minutes or so, I'm totally okay with it. And then as soon as the mission happens, and then as soon as I get to see Jared Leto being the most horrendous actor on screen, I am like checked out with this thing. Like, this is this is an ugly looking movie. The villains are horrendous. Like, they're not even really like, oh, okay, well, I'll say this. The main antagonist of the film, Enchantress, is genuinely awful. Her CGI friend Incubus is genuinely awful as well. It's an ugly looking movie. Aside from Margot Robbie, of course, and Katana. This is an ugly ass looking movie. Enchantress belly dancing her way through every single thing. just the whole way through, and it's just like, oh my god. I can't even talk through this thing. But yeah, so the thing that, like, the more redeeming qualities of it, like I said, like, a lot of the cast members are pretty good. Margot Robbie, of course, being really good. But the two standouts for me, like, I liked Will Smith as well. Like, he's at least charismatic. But for me, the two best well-casted performances in the film are Jai Courtney, surprisingly, as Captain Boomerang. Like, for real, like, a Jai Courtney part is the funniest part of the movie, which is something I never thought I'd say, but he's really great as Captain Boomerang. And Viola Davis as Amanda Waller is the most pitch perfect casting you could get for this character. I hate Amanda Waller because she's just a bitch, but Viola Davis plays her absolutely perfectly. And I'm excited for her Waller series. I mean, like I said, Amanda Waller's a character I just want to flip off the screen and spit on the screen every time she's anywhere, because, like, I despise her, but in the way you're supposed to despise her. That's how well she plays the character. The action scenes aren't all that great. Katana's introduction is one of the funniest things, though. This is Katana. She's got my back. I'd advise not getting killed by her. Her soul traps the souls of its victims. Just the most shitty, lazily done exposition I could ever think of. Jared Leto's Joker is absolutely atrocious. The movie's biggest issues really start for me when they get on their mission, because it's not a fun mission to watch at all. These are villains. Oh yeah, I forgot El Diablo's in this movie too. He's the only one who has a bit of an arc, I feel like.
And
But
Killer
apparently,
Croc.
and what?
And Killer Croc.
Yeah, Killer Croc. See what I mean? I forgot about him too. Oh, well, and Slipknot, the man who can climb anything. But this is the Suicide Squad. More of the characters, and that's one of the things the gun film I think does better, which we'll get to later on. Like this is the Suicide Squad. Let them actually kill people. Yes, Tevya, this is the 2016 Suicide Squad film. But yeah, it's an ugly looking movie. It's boring as shit. After the first 20 minutes or so, a lot of plot lines don't go anywhere. Like, remember that guy like in the prison who Harley's like, you're in so much trouble now. And he's like, Harley, wait a second. We never find out what happens with that guy. Like, at least say that for like a post-credits gag or something.
Yeah, I think he's dead.
Yeah, like I feel like maybe that's in the David Ayer cut, but Joker sucks. The villains like Enchantress, just absolutely awful. Incubus, awful. The generic soldiers that they have to fight, awful. The action scenes aren't very good at all. And David Ayer has made a movie that I thought was way more entertaining. I saw this past year called The Beekeeper. Awesome movie, amazing, hilarious. But like that's the kind of unhinged mentality I wanted with Suicide Squad. But this is probably like the biggest disappointment because the trailers were so good. Like I said, it's horrendous. The only thing that kind of salvages it a little bit are the actors involved because they're at least charismatic and good in their roles for the most parts. Rick Flag is just kind of okay. He's done better in the follow-up film, but I just do not enjoy watching this movie. And it was a tough choice to choose between this and Justice League. But then I looked at Justice League and revisited again, and the hell everyone went through with that movie and just what it represents. And like that has to be the lowest of the low. I mean, you open up with Henry Cavill's face. At least this one, it feels like one kind of shitty Vision in a lot of ways. Not a very good one, but like it flows more consistently than Justice League in a lot of ways. It just and it has a good soundtrack. I really dig the soundtrack for Suicide Squad. This is the one thing I'll give over the follow-up film. I like the soundtrack in this film more than the follow-up, which is surprising because Gunn's really good when it comes to soundtrack and things.
Marginally.
Marginally. I like the soundtrack in this one more. So, but yeah, I think my biggest problem too, these are villains. Let them be villainous. And I think that's something that's kind of missing from Suicide Squad, the first one. You don't really get that feel as much of them being like the worst of the worst. You kind of get that a little bit with Diablo, but they still want to make them almost more like anti-heroes than pure villains.
In my mouth. They're all anti-heroes or anti-villains.
Right. And I want to see them be villainous, doing some really villainous things, going on adventures you'd expect the villains to go on, as opposed to this thing. And honestly, the thing with Waller, they pretty much caused their own problems anyway. So it's not like them going off on like some sort of covert mission. They just screwed up themselves and created this whole mess in the first place. So, and like I said, CGI portals in the sky. Remember that whole phase of sky beams and all that? Everyone's just like, oh my God, here we go again. And that's this thing. Like I said, this is them wanting to kind of cash in on Guardians of the Galaxy with the way they kind of rechanged this movie. I'm curious to know about David Ayer's original cut of the film. But what we got here, go watch Assault on Arkham, as Tevya is saying in the comment section. Like that's a much better Suicide Squad movie, or Hell to Pay, or the follow-up.
Oh yeah,
right. Like, and like I said, this should be rated R too. Like I want
unhinged. Not that.
Yeah, it just, man, missed opportunity. But also, fuck Jared Leto. He's awful as the Joker. Just a genuinely terrible performance. A real honka.
All right, at my number 16, we have Blue Beetle.
Ooh.
Again, not a bad film, but this one is probably the most, like, how I kind of feel about, or how Sean feels about Suicide Squad. I have an inverse feeling towards this movie. The first half of Blue Beetle is damn near unwatchable for me. And it all boils down to Jaime's family is incredibly, egregiously obnoxious. I can't stand them for the fucking life of me. Jaime himself, too, is kind of just a whiny little bitch for a good chunk of the first half. Susan Sarandon is a great actress, but her character is flatter than a plateau.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started.
And this came out the same year as The Meg 2, of course, and the villain from The Meg 2 feels exactly the same. They both feel like villains out of Captain Planet. They're just greedy, boring, one-dimensional CEOs that want to exploit something for billions of dollars in profit.
But not
Really, that's it.
fun. They lack the RoboCop feel to it, the Dick Jones feel. Like we are missing the entertain. See, that's the thing when you see the Beekeeper, they got that Dick Jones kind of feeling, like the Ronnie Cox CEO. Like if you're gonna have a CEO corporate villain, at least make them entertaining. Like just such irredeemable assholes, but fun to watch on screen. There's none of that with Susan Sarandon. She is so terrible in this movie. Oh man, when I
No,
get to
hang
talking
on.
about,
So her performance isn't terrible
oh, it's bad.
necessarily. It's the material that she's given that is just she doesn't have really anything to work with. So, you can have a talented actor or actress, but if their material is not even the bare basics, there's not really much for them to work with. And I don't think Susan really has anything to work with in this film. At least Carapax is, I mean, he's essentially just a big gun, but he is a little bit more, at least kind of sympathetic towards the end. So at least there's something with him, but he still is just a big gun.
Right.
This one also feels the most generic amongst the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
This
Keep
late
talking, Nick.
into the series, this being, I think, the 14th film in the franchise, for a movie to be this basic and generic feels very lacking. At times, too, there's some elements that kind of feel a bit reminiscent of Ant-Man, namely when they're talking about the character of Blue Beetle and they keep making references to a past version of Blue Beetle. Maybe granted, they probably did not have the original Blue Beetle here to be a mentor for the new Blue Beetle because that would have just straight up been a ripoff of the first Ant-Man film. But honestly, it just I would have preferred that because that goes into another problem that I have with this movie. They show all these references to the original Blue Beetle, and that story would have made for a much more interesting movie than this, in my opinion. Um, I don't know very much about the Blue Beetle comics and all the different Blue Beetle variants, but I think a film for the OG Blue Beetle, at least the one they talk about in this movie, would have been way more interesting than this movie. Um, Thankfully, um, when they get to the original Blue Beetle lair and George Lopez, by the way, George Lopez for the first half of this film also is incredibly annoying.
He has a
I've
few
actually
funny
never
bits.
seen, huh?
I said surprisingly he had the most laughs for me in the movie, but I get where you're coming from. Like there is a real annoyance with the family for sure.
Um, I've never seen a single episode of any of George Lopez's shows. The only thing I've seen him in was Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Funny that something like that kind of had an effect on something in 2023. Speaking of Ant-Man, but moving on. When they get to the original Blue Beetle's lair and they start going into that backstory and they actually I feel like that's when the plot of the film really starts. And thankfully, the second half of this movie does redeem itself. Another problem that I have with the first half, oh my god, is it such a stickler for the origin story formula. It's so basic and bare bones. The overly exposition type plot, very little action, very little exciting shit going on. Um, it's very basic and very standard. But again, once like they start up the what the hell is it? The Beetlebot, as I'll call it.
The
I've
big bad Beetleborgs.
I've only seen this one once, but it was fairly recently, so give me some credit.
The bug machine or whatever. The
bug machine, I always call it that. Once they
Yeah.
start up the bug machine and they go to save Jaime, which, by the way, that's another thing I don't much care for this movie. Blue Beetle himself, like once he gets his powers,
Mhm.
he's then depowered and taken out of his movie for almost half an hour. I hate that.
Right, right. And
Um,
the thing too is like the big decision at the end, the suit makes the choice for him, so it takes away all agency in his character about the whole no killing thing. You know what I mean? Like that takes away, and also his family just murdered all sorts of people like 5 minutes beforehand, and he was doing the same thing. But now all of a sudden, this one character, like Carapax or whatever, who is nothing until like 5 seconds before it's like his end points. They dump all his backstory on you at once, and I'm like, where was this throughout the movie? Like, because he's just kind of an empty vessel until like
a big gun.
right.
Anyway, so yeah, when they activate the bug machine and they go to save Jaime, another issue too is that with the grandma character, they say that she was like a leader of a group of rebels, I guess, in Mexico. Like,
Mhm.
where is this coming from? The grandma from Rambo 5 going around wielding a giant laser Gatling gun, mowing down motherfuckers left and right. I mean, it's kind
She's
of funny,
It's Predator. She's Blaine.
but where the fuck is this coming from?
Payback time.
There's a lot of unanswered questions with all the backstory, like with Grandma and the OG Blue Beetle. There's so much backstory that both characters could have had their own movies and probably would have been more interesting as a result. But so the second half gets more entertaining, like the scene when the bug machine's fighting all those soldiers with Motley Crue playing in the background
Yep.
and the bug farting gas all over the place is funny and entertaining. Activating bug fart. I was howling with laughter from that. I know it's dumb and stupid and ridiculous, but
At
it's
least it's something.
it's something, yeah. And so when Jaime his suit reboots itself and he gets his powers back, that's the best part of the movie. He's fucking up soldiers left and right using a ton of various abilities from his suit. Um, which is very entertaining. And his final fight with Carapax is awesome. It's explosive, it's fast paced, it's hard hitting, it's entertaining as fuck. And speaking of Carapax, again, yes, he's just a big gun. The design for his suit looks really cool at the very end, in my opinion. And I actually think his sacrifice was handled pretty well. Maybe not complete redemption, but I think like his character is made a bit more sympathetic, and I think that's appropriate. I think it was pretty well handled. It does end on a very basic and standard note, with also kind of the sting of a false promise, because I would have liked a sequel to this movie. And I know that apparently this version of Blue Beetle is one of the few cherry-picked elements that James Gunn is carrying into the DC universe. I don't care though.
Right.
So I'm just going to leave it at that. So this movie might improve upon a rewatch for me, but as it currently stands, one last thing too, I do like how colorful this film is. There's a lot of really vibrant, like lavender and blue colors all throughout the film that I think is very pleasing to look at. But this one it's the most basic, standard, and generic of the franchise. Like, I think that there is a standard that this franchise achieves, and many of them surpass this standard. But this is the one movie that feels like it had to just meet the standard base level of good. Just barely with the first half. But yeah, Blue Beetle, that's my number 16.
Okay. Well, for me, number 15, we're gonna go back to the first film of the DCU that suffered at the hands of the pandemic. Well, fully with the day and date release. This is Wonder Woman 1984. Oh boy. Wonder Woman 84. I rewatched this movie again this past week or whatever because I hadn't seen it in really like since back in 2020. Was it 2020 when this one came out? 2020, 2021. This
Early
movie
21,
is
I think.
this movie is insane. Like this is Patty Jenkins unhinged and just some of the most baffling story choices I can think of. Sweet Mercy, like what were they thinking with some
Hold
of
up.
the things?
I gotta go get groceries. I'll be right back. You talk.
Okay, well, I'll just talk about Wonder Woman 84 again because I hadn't watched this thing in many years. I really liked the first Wonder Woman film. This one, I mean, continuity of the DCEU is kind of all over the place in general, but then we get this film. Patty Jenkins is back. I was pretty excited for it when it was coming out. Chris Pine was back for whatever reason, and then this movie comes along. It is just like nobody said cut, like nobody questioned anything that they were doing during the making of this film. Like this is one of those examples where maybe a little bit of a studio just kind of saying, you know, Patty, having Steve Trevor occupy another man's body and Diana using him as her human sex doll is kind of strange. Like you're endangering this other guy who's just like, why not just have Steve Trevor come back as Steve Trevor? Why does he need to occupy the body of another guy? It actually would have made the sacrifice at the end where she has to kind of let him go all the more better, because in this instance, they're like, no, you have possessed another man's body. And this guy is just like, if Steve dies, does this other guy just die too? Yeah, the action scenes aren't that great as well. Pedro Pascal, like there is some entertaining value at times with some of his line delivery and all the wacky shenanigans that kind of go on with this thing. I mean, Chris Pine is still good as Steve Trevor, but there's just that lingering sense of uncomfortability whenever like it's him and Diana, and the whole like him occupying some other guy's body for seemingly no reason was just, yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me. How, okay, it's magic. We'd have to explain exactly. It's magic. I know he dies in a plane explosion, but he could just come back physically. A lot of things just manifest themselves anyways with the movie. So why not just have him just pop up in his little pilot suit attire just in 1984? And he's like, Diana, like, look, I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I'm just here for whatever reason. Like, that would have been better. Kristen Wiig as Cheetah. They're trying to do the whole like Selena Kyle Batman Returns like geeky secretary thing, and really only it's ever worked in Batman Returns. They tried doing something similar like that and a few other things, but it doesn't work. Like Kristen Wiig is no Michelle Pfeiffer, and just the transition from her current role into like the villainous role, the Cheetah looks horrible on screen. Really kind of underutilized. It really should have just been either Maxwell Lord or the Cheetah. Like it should have been one or the other. And the explanation for how she becomes the Cheetah really doesn't make a whole lick of sense. She's just all of a sudden
It's non-existent.
right. You could have done so much better with the Cheetah in this film. Now, I will say Pedro Pascal is kind of entertaining as Maxwell Lord with his over-the-top wacky like line delivery. He does make for a better villain than what we got in the first Wonder Woman film with Ludendorff, and that I'd say, because he has more of a personality. But so much of this movie is just so wacky and all over the place and just leaves me kind of scratching my head. Even the action scenes aren't very good. There's a lot of times like where she's I think back to the first movie too. You have the no man's land sequence. You have the scene where she's taking on all sorts of shoulders. This one goes for like the bad, like goofiness of like the Christopher Reeve Superman, like Superman 3 levels of shenanigans going on, especially the opening scene. It's not as engaging of a storyline. The monkey's paw thing, it just, and there's the way it kind of wraps itself up. She's just like, she just throws her lasso on him, and then he's just like, oh, I guess I'll stop this stuff now. It just felt kind of anticlimactic in a way. I did appreciate the fact that they brought back A Beautiful Lie. I thought that was nice. It was kind of neat to see some of the fish out of water elements for Steve in this instance. And it is bright and colorful and kind of a nicely shot movie for the most part. It's just a really boring film for a large chunk of it too. There's not a whole heck of a lot of action in this thing, and you're gonna be kind of just sitting there scratching your head like, this is really starting to drag here, Patty. What are you doing? I mean, it was kind of cool to see the invisible jet integrated, which just, it's kind of baffling how she kind of puts it all together in a way, but it was still kind of cool to see. And I like the fireworks sequence. And like I said, they still have good chemistry. It's just made incredibly awkward by the fact that Steve's just occupying this innocent dude's body. And a lot of people have kind of pointed out, like, they're kind of using this poor guy. Like, I mean, in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? Like it just, you should have just brought him back as Steve Trevor. Like, it's magic, right? I mean, magical walls form up. Other weird, wacky, magical things kind of happen as well. Even just the things like, this is the way I can touch everybody by watching TV for some reason. It didn't really work for me. And even like by the end, it's like, this just was kind of awkward, weird, didn't really make a whole lick of sense, didn't have really great action for the most part. It just kind of was this big, real disappointment, I'd say. So Wonder Woman 1984, upon rewatching it, like, there's a few elements I kind of like, but it didn't really do it for me. Like, why? Like, what was Patty Jenkins and Jeff Johns thinking? So,
And now Patty Jenkins has been booted off of Wonder Woman 3.
yeah, after what they did with, and think about that, she had the huge hit with the first film, but then all the good, it's like what happened with Taika Waititi, like going from Thor 3 to Thor 4, like all the good word of mouth, all the goodwill is just gone like that. Same thing happened to Joel Schumacher, going from Batman Forever to Batman Robin.
Her shit talking the studio way too much probably got her ass canned too.
Right.
That's beside the point. My number 15 is Batman versus Superman. This has actually gone down quite a bit since my original video, and my enjoyment of this film has decreased quite significantly, actually. Again, this isn't a bad film, but this is not my cup of superhero film. I like my superhero movies to be a bit more, actually like bombastic and action packed and entertaining. This movie is a slow deconstruction, kind of not really snooze fest, but it almost gets there at times. There are things to like. It's a beautifully shot film. It's got pretty good special effects. When the action scenes are on point, they are quite strong. It introduces a version of Batman that I really dig, a dark, gritty, violent Batman. One that does kill people in this movie, especially with the ultimate cut. Batman does kill people. Maybe not completely intentionally, but he fucks them up so badly that there's no way that they survive. Namely, the dude in the warehouse fight that gets that crate splattered against his face, and then his
There's blood
head.
sprays everywhere. Because, like, in
Yeah.
theatrical cut, you don't see blood splatter.
Mhm.
The other one, you do, and it's like, it's pretty apparent.
And there's no way in hell during that chase scene to get the kryptonite when he starts unloading his Gatling guns on that one car that just explodes.
Yep.
There's no way nobody in that car is still alive.
Right. Let's also not forget Superman stopping the Batmobile, but not the guys firing heavy machine guns the whole way through.
And of course, speaking of which, the most iconic action scene of this whole franchise, honestly, except for maybe the No Man's Land scene from Wonder Woman, is when Batman saves Martha Kent from the KG Beast. That is hands down the greatest Batman fight scene of any Batman film, live action or animated.
I will give it live action.
5-minute sequence completely wipes the floor with the entirety of the Christopher Nolan trilogy. I said it.
Well, yeah, in terms of action scenes, like that's the best Batman hand-to-hand combat thing you could. That's the best one we got. I mean, the Flash one comes close, and like there's some good stuff in the Batman, but the warehouse fight scene in terms of pure action, that scene's fucking awesome. Like, I mean, okay,
It's
this is really cool.
Scene that's right out of one of the Batman Arkham games, namely either Arkham City or Arkham Knight, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I've actually played those games, this one even more just feels like live action Arkham City or Arkham Knight. So I dig that. And Ben Affleck, in my opinion, is the greatest actor to ever portray Batman. I said it. I like the voice. I like the suit design. I like his physique. I like his performance. I dig Ben Affleck as Batman. Henry Cavill gives a very strong performance as Superman and Clark Kent, but mostly Superman. Let's see.
But we also have.
We have some problems here.
I
I
am
don't
Jolly
mind-
Ranchers.
I don't mind the 3-hour runtime. That does really help with this movie feeling very ambitious, which, you can't ever fault Zack Snyder for being an ambitious filmmaker. But this movie is saddled pretty heavily by way too much back and forth political jargon. I do appreciate that this movie draws heavy inspiration from Batman The Dark Knight Returns. Um, and all this political back and forth, it's essentially the same thing that they did for Batman in that comic. Just replace Batman with Superman and just tweak the dialogue a little bit, but it's very similar. It's very believable. It's well told and well written and, well delivered. It's just not very fun. There is kind of a lack of action too, especially on Superman's part. I do agree that I have a similar problem with Man of Steel, but at least when there was action, it was big. Superman doesn't really get that in this movie. Like the opening 10 minutes is decent, and there's a couple moments where when he's fighting Doomsday that are decent, but other than that, Superman just gets trashed for a lot of this movie.
Gets his
And
ass handed over by Batman.
hands down, the biggest problem that I have with this film, honestly, of this entire franchise, the Batman versus Superman fight is horrendous. It is the worst scene in this entire franchise. It feels so much like Zack Snyder is just channeling himself to appease all of the Batman fans and just give them what they want to see in seeing Batman kick the living shit out of Superman.
Why did you say that name, Nick?
Unlike in The Dark Knight Returns, at least there's two reasons. Superman is weakened by lack of sunlight, not kryptonite, at least not initially. And Batman is wearing a power suit that enhances his strength. That suit is carried over into this movie. It looks great, but it's not a power suit. It's just a suit of armor. That's it, with glowing eyes. Of course, Batman just has to take the fight out of Superman and just ragdoll him left and right just to make himself look good, to give himself some kind of incredibly unfair bullshit advantage.
It's
I
also
hate it.
pretty avoidable too, because Superman's just like he could just fly up and just talk to him. Because like the whole like Batman's motivations make sense, but Superman's are so disjointed and kind of messy at times. Because then like it ultimately comes down to Lex Luthor just like, oh, I got your mom, kill him.
Speaking of which,
oh no,
this movie also has the worst casting of any character of the entire franchise, that being Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. He's completely miscast. He's not Lex Luthor. He's more like the Riddler or even the Joker.
He looks like Jim Carrey's Riddler from Batman Forever.
He's too hammy. He's too jokey, hyper, and over the top. He's too much of a chatterbox. Lex Luthor should be a Batman villain. He's cool, he's calm, he's collected, and he's composed.
Well-written Lex Luthor is a perfect foil for Superman, though.
I don't care. But say what you want about Kevin Spacey, at least he looks like Lex Luthor a lot. Jesse Eisenberg does not. When he's bald, he looks like a Q-tip. He's too hammy. He doesn't even really, I mean, sure, there's times where he obviously is quite intelligent, but he just doesn't fit. He's too Oh, great. Move on to your next one. I'll be right back.
All right. So next up, okay, so Nick had his 15. Number 14 for me is a film that I just rewatched the other day. This is Blue Beetle. Now, the reason I have Blue Beetle kind of lower on this list is kind of a lot of the reasons Nick kind of mentioned earlier. This just feels like generic superhero, the movie. I kind of like the family elements. So, yeah, they can get kind of annoying at times, but everything feels so derivative of other things. Susan Sarandon is genuinely like horrendous from start to finish in this film. Like she gives an absolutely awful performance, and it's bad. Like, and I'm very like critical of that because I've seen her act good in other things. Like she sucks. The other villain, Carapax, is just like the Ironmonger type thing of this film, and they do nothing with this character until he's about to be killed, mind you, and then they just dump his entire backstory, and then that's supposed to just create something. I'm sorry, like that would have been interesting to know going into the fight, or at least had a little bit more substance with this character. And they just kind of did nothing with it until like it was kind of last minute, felt almost like tacked on kind of at the very end. So Carapax, just kind of a really forgettable villain. And like I said, Blue Beetle, like I think Xolo Maridueña, that was my choice to play Jaime Reyes, and he's perfectly cast for the role. I think he's well cast there. I really like the suit design. I think some of the music in the movie is pretty good, but a lot of it just suffers from safe, boring, generic superhero film. And I'm sorry, after binging all these movies like back to back to back to back to back, to have this really kind of safe, unmemorable superhero movie, I'd rather have somebody almost take a risk and try to do something interesting than just have bland, boring, safe, generic superhero movie at this point. Maybe this thing came out first a while ago. It probably would have been a bit more of a different storyline. But when you just go bland, boring, safe, generic superhero movie, it just leaves little to no impact. Like I said, I like the suit. I think the suit is one of the best looking comic book suits we've ever gotten. There's some good looking effects at times. It's a well shot movie. You can see the action clearly. But then there's like the issues with the suit and him, like the difference between him and the Scarab. I feel like that wasn't explored enough, like well enough in this movie. Like for instance, the scene that just irks me a bit too is where he's about to kill Carapax, and the suit takes that choice away from Jaime to like not kill this guy. Like it would have been one thing if the suit maybe showed him the images of like what he went through right before Jaime makes the choice. But before you do, I want to show you something. Right, that would have been more impactful than stopping Jaime from making the choice. And also, like the suit just let Carapax just kind of kill Victoria Cord. I mean, you're trying to be like, oh, killing is wrong, but yeah, you go ahead and kill this person, just blow them up in the case. I'm like, I'm sorry, that doesn't mesh well with me. Like it doesn't really work well with what you're trying to say. You know what I mean? Family element, I kind of like that it feels a little bit different in that regards to kind of have like the whole family in on the superhero thing. But I would have liked more of the Scarab, like almost threatening the family too. I think that would have added a little bit more stakes and intensity and made it a little bit more like, oh, like which direction could this thing kind of go in?
Me too. So the Scarab can tell his family to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Like I was surprised that I actually got some laughs out of George Lopez because for me, like, I mean, the Lopez time, all the things he's done, he has almost never really made me laugh before. But here I surprisingly got a few out of him. Like when he's like, after he brings like, when they bring Jenny back to like his house or whatever, you hear him in the background just like swearing up a storm about his car like being wrecked. Like that was kind of funny to me. Yeah, and some of like the way the plot kind of happens, like with Jenny, Cord, and all that, like that felt kind of rushed with their whole romance because they only known each other like a day or two, and she's like, "Oh, hey, you can take this whole like dangerous tech with you. Like, it's cool leaving it with you of all people because you told off my crazy bitchy aunt a while ago, so you got that at least." But yeah, and then to other things too. Like I felt like it was kind of a waste of time for have them break back into Cord Industries just to leave it, just to break back in again. You could have cut that and like, why doesn't she just have this key on standby someplace else? Like that just why would you keep it there? Don't you keep it on your own personal records or something like that? But yeah, like there's even like I guess towards by the end, like I've already lost so much interest because so much of the movie feels kind of derivative and generic beforehand that even when the action happens at the end, I'm kind of checked out at that point. And it's really kind of unfortunate because I really wanted to like Blue Beetle and I like the casting. I think the suit looks great. But like really bland, generic villains. Like I said, you brought up the Meg 2. They're the same villains. At least I had more of a laugh in the Meg 2 for that one line where she's like, "That's right, Jonas, we're gonna steal, we're gonna pollute all these other things," and she just cackled in the process. Like that to me was so like stupid, but at least I got a laugh out of it. Here, Susan Sarandon, even when she's being dragged away to dying, like her performance is so awful, and she's like, "What are you doing? No, don't do that." I'm like,
yeah, it's a bit flat.
it's so flat, and I've seen her good in like other things before, but man, does she suck in this movie. Like it's so bad. It's like almost Jared Leto levels of bad. Although Leto's bad performance is kind of funny in some instances. Susan Sarandon is just generic and just I've said the word generic and derivative enough, but that's Blue Beetle in a nutshell. Yeah, this just it's not like downright insulting or anything like that, but I'd rather have something that feels a little bit more like memorable than just oh,
It has all the shiny bells and whistles, but it still feels very hollow.
right, exactly. And I just, yeah, I think Tevye says it in the comments. This was supposed to go to HBO Max, like this is originally what it was pitched to do, and then they just kind of released it in theaters. And it feels like a movie that was supposed to go to streaming that just kind of like went out there. It just feels like it's going through the motions. It doesn't, and despite, like I said, some cool looking visuals at times, I just don't feel anything. You know, there's been this kind of disconnect with me with a lot of recent DC stuff where I just don't feel really like anything. Like especially with the animated Tomorrowverse films, like they just kind of exist. Like there's something that's lacking, and I don't fully know what it always is, but I know I just didn't feel it with this movie. I wanted to really dig this thing because, like I said, I like Blue Beetle and I liked his appearances, and I mean, Young Justice was great, and you had the reach and all that too. But here it just felt safe. It felt too safe, even like or just going through the motions in a lot of instances. Like I just feel like it needed that extra kick. Like it needed a little bit of that grit, I should say, to kind of like make you feel more of the impact in a way. But yeah, Blue Beetle's my number 14.
To quickly finish up on Batman versus Superman, it's also arguably the least rewatchable film of the entire franchise. Like it's slow. It's slow. It takes its time. It has way too much of that existential crisis deconstruction bullshit. Not enough action. Poor casting of Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. Doomsday and like the whole death of Superman elements feel very forced and very thrown in at the last minute. And Doomsday himself doesn't really have a good design. He looks too much like one of the cave trolls from Lord of the Rings. The effects on him are fine, but it's just that he doesn't the design doesn't look great, and he's only saved for the last 10 or like 20 minutes of the movie. And then Superman gets killed off, only the second film in the franchise. Yeah, this isn't a bad movie. I could watch this and enjoy it, but this would be the last film in the franchise that I would ever want to watch. Like I would be a bit more in a mood for Blue Beetle and Justice Week because at least those movies are shorter and they move at a better pace. But yeah, that's why it's so low. At the number 14 is Wonder Woman 1984. Again, not a bad film. Not as good as the first one. I like the 1980s aesthetic. Gal Gadot gives a very strong performance, in my opinion. I like the more mystical and fantastical feel. Like I said to Sean, this movie is essentially Wonder Woman versus Bruce Almighty. It
I mean,
is
that's
a
a good
little,
point.
it is a bit campier. It's a bit more lighthearted, and it's a bit more like it has a bit more of a jovial, fun tone to it, even if it is totally channeling season 3 of Stranger Things, especially with the opening scene in the shopping mall. Looks right out of Stranger Things season 3. But I like that tone. I like that kind of jovial, playful lightheartedness that this film has. But the action scenes aren't quite as strong as the first movie. It definitely feels censored, or at least like a lot of the dark shit that they had, or darker, more serious stuff that they had in the first Wonder Woman feels very downplayed. This is probably
The
the,
Gremlins too.
this is the tamest film of the entire franchise, in my opinion.
Well, they do some very questionable things, Nick, like where they use that guy's body. Like that's not really exactly what I would call tame.
Well, I mean, in terms of like action and the superhero side of things,
Oh, okay.
like it's very bloodless, in my opinion.
There's a little bit when she gets shot.
Yeah, when she gets shot, but even then, there's just like a little smudge of blood on her chest, on her or her arm, but that's about it. It feels very tame. I like
Mhm.
how colorful it is, though. I like Wonder Woman's suit. I like her Asteria armor, which looks great. Um, the strongest thing that this movie has going for it. When you watch this movie, you really need to temper your expectations. Don't watch this as a superhero film. Watch it as a rom-com.
It's still
And
an
it's
awkward rom-com in that regards too, because of what they do with that guy's
okay, so
body.
the questionable Steve's spirit possessing some other dude and her boning this dude, even though like she sees Steve, but in reality it's, oh, she brings me gummy sharks. Thank you, hun bun. But even Meadow agrees that bringing back Steve in this movie just doesn't make much sense. It just feels kind of
Kill him again. Rip my heart out.
that too. But I'll talk about that in a little
Apparently
bit.
for Wonder Woman 3, I heard rumors that they wanted Steve back again, but like as like a vision of Hades, like as the villain, like in the modern day, like make him like Hades or something. You know what it is? Patty Jenkins just really likes Chris Pine. That's what it all comes down to.
I mean, I see why. Chris Pine's a cool dude.
Right? He's great as Steve Trevor, but there's still the second movie just so questionable because the first movie it's so genuine and sweet and touching, but this one it's the touching gets a little awkward when you think about it.
Yeah, literally, the touching gets questionable. But so pushing that aside, now I don't think that they were intentionally channeling any sexual assault or
I
sexual
don't think they intentionally
manipulation.
did, but somebody should have been like, Patty, yeah, we like because like I think too she was holding that. Look what I did with the first movie, kind of like thing. Like this is what I did. I was a huge success, but so nobody questioned anything I do. Maybe there should have been a little bit of questioning at times. Like, hey,
Looking past that, looking past the questionable elements, I still think that Gal and Chris Pine have really strong
right? They
chemistry.
do. They genuinely do, and that's the thing where it's like, if it was just him, like if he came back as his own person, that would eliminate so many issues with that whole thing. Because then it would have been more emotional when she has to kind of fade away. Because like when he fades away, it's like, well, at least that guy's back in his own body, right?
And Gal's strongest performance, acting wise, in this movie is when she renounces her wish. Like she says to
Right.
Steve, "I'll never love again. I don't want to give you up. You're the one thing I asked for." You buy her sadness and her angst in giving up the one thing that she's always yearned for so long. So when she runs away and she says, "I renounce my wish," it almost brought me to tears. I'm not gonna lie.
I
So
think
I
it would
think
have if they fixed that glaring issue with Steve possessing another man's body. Because at the one time, it's like, yeah, that would I would feel so much more if I didn't find it incredibly awkward with what she's because it's some other guy is like he's lost for whatever reason. This poor guy just had himself like his body taken over by some other random dude without any explanation. Like, why this random guy? There's no explanation in the movie. It's not like a whole dead man situation, you know, the character of Dead Man from the comics who can just kind of like possess people's body. At least he's like off on his own. He's doing that to kind of control something, and you get why he's doing it. He's not going to like, but this instance, it's like, why this guy? Why couldn't he just come back as Steve in his whole World War One get up? I mean, you already have things manifesting themselves anyways. Like Cheetah becomes a cheetah for whatever reason with no explanation, and the divide between nations wherever giant like walls are formed.
okay, so to wrap this up, looking past the questionable elements, I think their chemistry is strong, their bond is believable, and the romantic elements of the film, like watching these two just be lovebirds, is the strongest part of the film. But there's some problems. I think the film lacks good villains. Pedro Pascal does okay with the character, but Maxwell Lord is a shit villain. He's essentially Bruce Almighty, straight up. And he's not intimidating. He's not threatening. He's just a selfish, greedy business tycoon that wants to take everything for himself. Like, whoop-de fucking do. And Kristen Wiig is almost as miscast as Jesse Eisenberg. She just cannot do serious roles, in my opinion. And her character's cliche is done to death. It's like Riddler from Batman Forever and Electro from the Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's the big super fan that gets a taste of power and then fights against the hero. We've seen it before. It's nothing new.
But it only really, why does it only work in the 90s Batman movies? Like, she has a little bit of that Selena Kyle thing. What's her name? Michelle Pfeiffer played that so well. And then Jim Carrey played the Riddler very well. But like ever since then, like other movies have tried to do it, they just can't. Like maybe it feels like they're trying too hard. Like Nigma, at least you felt the unhinged nature like beforehand, like kind of a creepy factor to him beforehand, to where you could see this guy snapping and going like totally unsettled. But here you just, I don't know, it just feels kind of forced.
Well, Tevye down here is saying, who would you cast as Cheetah? I would not have had Cheetah in this movie whatsoever.
But if you had to cast someone, fuck it, Charlize Theron would have been a lot better.
Probably, because she can actually pull off being a bitch.
Right.
Kristen Wiig cannot, in my opinion. But right. I would not have had Cheetah or Maxwell Lord. I would have had the villain be, I think, Silver Swan.
Or Cersei. Or Circe or whatever, because the whole magic thing and that would have factored in.
Whichever villain wanted to attain beauty greater than Wonder Woman, but even when she still didn't get it, when people still preferred Wonder Woman over her, she decided to fight against Wonder Woman. It's either Cersei or maybe Silver Swan. I can't remember. I've always preferred Silver Swan over Cheetah myself.
Mm-hmm.
But that I think would have been much more appropriate, because I feel like, because they channel that somewhat into Kristen Wiig's character in this movie. She wants to be hot and confident and sexy, just like Wonder Woman. And at first I thought, oh, are they doing Silver Swan? But then, of course, she somehow gets another wish and she becomes Cheetah, looking like an extra out of Cats.
Oh my God.
Terrible.
Have you seen Cats?
No, I don't.
I saw it in theaters. I laughed so hard, but was so terrified at the same time of what I was seeing. I felt like the cats were going to jump out of the screen and like assault me.
The special effects on Cheetah are not good. The face makeup is not good. Kristen Wiig is just miscast. And her fight with Wonder Woman at the very end is lame.
Yes, it's lame, lackluster, uninspired.
Speaking of which, while her Asteria armor looks cool, it's only in the last 20 minutes. And in 5 minutes, the wings get torn off. Lame.
Right, and it's like, it's just not very great.
Speaking of the action, I don't think the action in this film is bad. There's not enough of it, but it's just not as exciting as the first movie. The fact that this movie feels so tame holds it back quite a bit too. She's just using her lasso to tie people up, whip them in the face, and throw them around. Like, it's cool that they're expanding on her lasso skills, but outside of that, like, she doesn't even really punch or kick people all that much. She's just using the lasso. It feels kind of cheap. Also, actually, no, I don't have a real problem with her pulling the ability to fly out of her ass, but she also reveals the ability that she can lasso onto bolts of lightning and fly through the air like Spider-Man.
Which
Like,
looks
what
kind of
is-
cool, but it's like, which one is it? Like, why have that?
yeah.
Like,
Do you want to have her fly, or do you want to have her do that with like lassoing the lightning? So Wonder Woman 84 is not a bad film. It is entertaining. It's well made. Like the music's great. It's very well shot. It's very colorful. There are some decent action scenes and there's really good performances. Patty Jenkins, I think, really tried, but
she tried something, all right.
she just did not capture that same lightning in a bottle that she had with the first film. Next, for you.
Number 13, the film that really, to me, is where things went. Like, this is the film that kind of changed it all. It's none other than the second entry in the DCU, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. I was so hyped for this movie when it was announced because, like, I was one of those people who generally liked Man of Steel. I could see the issues with it, but this is Batman and Superman finally coming together on the big screen for the first time in history. The hype was there, and it's like, okay, Ben Affleck cast. Everyone was a little freaked out at first, but then I thought about, you know what? He actually could pull it off, I think. I mean, he changed it. This is like post Argo and, like, really acclaimed director Ben Affleck. Like, I'm like, he wouldn't do this if he didn't have like any interest. And he got one of the Argo screenwriters to work on it. And I'm like, okay, Batman and Superman together. You take kind of the ending of Man of Steel, like what people criticize, and you can drive a plot around that. Okay, cool. Then they brought in Wonder Woman with Gal Gadot. I'm like, she was in Fast and Furious and she died, but they somehow brought her back in the latest entry. But I'm like, okay, well, this could be kind of intriguing. And then they threw in Lex Luthor. I'm like, all right, who's going to be cast as Lex Luthor? Jesse Eisenberg. Immediate red flag there. What? I was like, oh, even I couldn't defend that. I'm like, I wanted to like it. Like, I mean, I was desperately trying to, like, I wanted this to be so good. And plus, during this time period when BVS was coming out, there was that really heated Marvel versus DC debates online, and you could not escape it anywhere. And it was just miserable to be a fan because, like, they would just shit on each other constantly. And then, as somebody who's a DC fan more than a Marvel fan, and I was enjoying it, like, it kind of it kind of took away a lot of my enjoyment from the MCU with a lot of the fans at that time period. Now it's kind of just like you don't really feel like people care as much.
And the marketing and hype surrounding this movie was gargantuan.
It was
everywhere.
Right. And everybody wanted to see this thing because we wanted to see Batman and Superman finally on the big screen together. And the first trailer came out, really good. And then the second trailer came out, and they spoiled having Doomsday in the movie just so they could have that freaking Trinity shot in the trailer. And that's when we knew things were not going to go so well. I was like excited to see Doomsday, but it meant one thing. You don't bring in Doomsday unless you're killing Superman, and killing Superman off in the second movie is a huge mistake. And then even then when you get to Justice League, it's like, oh, the whole world was mourning him. Like, no, you weren't. Like, the whole last movie was about him, like, oh, Superman, boo, 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 boo you, Superman, boo you. I'm like, but now we're so sad and all that too. I'm like, no, you weren't. You were all hating this guy like the whole entire last movie. Oh.
This just came to me. It's the same thing that would happen if across the entirety of the United States, the police force would be taken away. And then people would be like, no, it's gone. But when it's here, they criticize it left and right.
Right,
That's
right.
Political as I will get on this channel. It's just
Okie dokie.
It's a funny parallel comparison that you can make.
Right. So, but yeah, so I mean, like I said, there are things I do admire about it. I mean, it is kind of a bold movie to do some of the stuff that they were kind of doing with it. The first 10 minutes of this movie, genuinely really great. Like the opening stuff, like the opening credits with the song Beautiful Lie, done by Hans Zimmer, and that. I really like the score in the film. Like, that was handled well. Like, I know I've seen The Death of the Waynes done numerous times before, but visually, the way it's kind of orchestrated, almost like comic book panels come to life, that's where Zack Snyder's strength kind of lies in some of the visual storytelling he's able to do. And the opening, I really dug it. And then we have the opening sequence in Metropolis, which was filmed in Detroit, so it was kind of weird rewatching. It was like, oh, hey, I used to walk down there when the places that they were kind of filming some of it. So, like, seeing that and then taking the criticism from Man of Steel and kind of making that a plot point with the destruction in that. And The moment that, like, I don't need anything else after the first 10 minutes with Batman. The look he gives when he sees Superman flying with Zod and you see the destroyed Wayne Enterprises, that's all I needed to know. That's literally everything. I don't need anything else with Batman, why he would hate Superman. Everything I know is told with that one look. That one look. That is a man who wants revenge. And that's great. It's the Superman, it's the Batman stuff in this movie. I did really like Ben Affleck's performance in this. Honestly, when it's a Batman movie, I think it's pretty entertaining. When it's a Superman movie,
It's boring.
It's boring. It's not that interesting or exciting. Like the spark of Man of Steel is kind of gone this time around. Now, I will say this from like a camera standpoint, I like that they actually used tripods and steady cams for once, because Man of Steel, the whole movie is like hand camera. Shaky, like even in scenes where it doesn't really need it, you could see people just like the camera kind of shifting like that. And I'm just like, have some better shots than all that too. I will say this is a better shot movie than Man of Steel in that regards, because Larry Fong was the cinematographer. And of course, the elements I really like, the Batman action sequence with the warehouse, that's awesome. Like that is legitimately like one of the coolest sequences I've seen. But then you get the other problems. You get Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor, and oh boy, just not a good performance. And also rewatching this movie, like I said, the Superman stuff really, really drags, and it's so like boring and kind of uninteresting and unexciting with it. There's a few kind of funny bits, like the scene where she kind of looks like we're there in the court, the Senate hearing, and she realizes she's kind of screwed over when she looks at the jar. I'm like, that's kind of a cool little moment. But then you have Superman just like mopey and sad, and it's this deconstructing of like all the heroes, and it wasn't that interesting. And then finally, when they do fight, the fight scene between Batman and Superman is anticlimactic. And even the final fight with the Trinity, which Wonder Woman's entrance is really cool, and you have the first time we hear that epic music, like that's great. But the actual final fight is kind of lame, especially going from the climax to Man of Steel to this one. And Man of Steel has my favorite fight scene ever in a superhero movie. Like in terms of like 1v1, like that final fight, Man of Steel is epic. But here it just feels like a step down. Now they're always like worried about like, why are you in the city? Well, we have to mention that the port's abandoned and everything because all the yelling that we got from Superman in the last movie. It felt kind of anticlimactic. Lois Lane's role, like, okay, she finds like everyone. It's so obvious Lex Luthor's the bad. Like, what are you like really discovering? The whole setup, like, oh, he burned the bodies. Like, what about the bullet holes in that too? Like through people. Like Superman doesn't use guns in that. It really also kind of the lack of chemistry between Clark and Lois is a big one for me in this movie. Like that tub scene between the two of them, it was so flat with the way they kind of like interact off each other. I'm like, there is no spark between you two at all. It's just kind of a little bit of slight horniness. But other than that, I didn't buy it. So somebody asked, didn't you want risk for a hero movie? Yeah, I do like when movies sometimes take risks and they pay off. Not everyone's going to pay off.
Hang on. I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is something I really want to talk about. So Tevye is asking, what about the dark side stuff? Well, this is the second biggest problem that I have with Batman versus Superman. It's the worst at doing world building.
Yes, the fucking files where Lex Luthor made the superhero logos too for these heroes. I mean, come on.
There's many sequences where the film just stops its story just so that it can set up the rest of the franchise. Like, here's a snippet for The Flash. Here's a snippet for Wonder Woman. Here's a snippet for Cyborg. Here's a snippet for Aquaman. And here's all these nightmare sequences that give us glimpses of something that they wanted to make happen, but they never got the chance to.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how you do world building. You
right.
Need to,
you
need to have that in the background. Like Kong Skull Island. That's a great movie that does world building.
Right. It stands on its own, but you get those slight Monarch connections in the very end, and that's that. Like, it stands on its own. All those MonsterVerse movies beforehand, like, they basically stand on their own. And you do a quick recap to let you know what happened. Boom.
And this movie fails so badly at setting up its franchise. You don't call attention to world building and setting up for future installments. Look at the 2017 Mummy movie. That's a big reason why that film suffers. Now, at least a lot of what we did initially get with Batman versus Superman did get followed up on, but that's just not how you do it. Anytime that they stop to show us snippets of what's to come, the story just comes to a complete stop.
Right.
And it's very jarring pacing wise. That's it. That's all I have to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. One comment: Civil War was its own movie. Well, I don't know, because Civil War draws heavily from like other Marvel
Nah.
films. It's not. It doesn't. It can't exist without the other movies before it. Because if you go from Cap 2 to Cap 3 and you hadn't seen the other stuff, you're gonna be completely lost with all that.
Yeah.
And Civil War and BVS are very similar in a lot of regards too. They have the messy setups with the villains.
Mhm.
Because like when you actually break down their plans, it's so like random and how it all kind of comes together. It's really messy. Now, one thing I will say, like there are things like that this one does better than Civil War, like the airport fight scene, like the hero versus hero bit. It's a complete buffoonery. Like they're not taking it seriously at all. You don't feel the weight or emotions of it. BVS, you feel a little bit more because Batman legit wants to kill Superman. But like, you know, just some of the other stuff, like it's too clowny one way and too serious one way. You need to find the middle ground, like the best of both movies, and you could get probably the better film of them all. But I did like even in Civil War when like Tony Stark looks to Cap like, you lied to me about this whole thing. Like that felt real. And the movie really should have ended with him dropping the shield. And then 5 seconds later we get a dumb Tony Stank joke, which just kills everything immediately afterwards. And I'm like, you should have ended it with the shield drop. Would have been perfect. But yeah, so BVS, rewatching it again, I didn't really have much joy in revisiting outside of a few elements. I'm like, this is 3 hours long because I watched the ultimate cut because the theatrical cut's way more of a disjointed mess, at least the last time I remember seeing it. There's some cool bits, like I said, the warehouse fight scene. Batman at least is a badass in this movie. And when it's a Batman and Wonder Woman have really good chemistry on screen too. I would have much rather just had a movie, just take the Superman stuff out and just make a Batman and Wonder Woman movie. I would have been much more interesting. You take the Superman stuff out of this movie, it's not half bad. You have
Even
a decent
though I hella ship Superman and Wonder Woman. I
You're
want
like
to
the
see
only
those two be a thing in a big budget movie sometime in the future.
You're legit the only person I can think of who thinks that, because everyone else, including myself, does not like that at all.
You wanna know why? It's because Lois Lane is the most boring superhero girlfriend in the history of the comic book medium.
You need to be
Moving on.
okay. Well, you know, that's a debate for another day. I like Superman and Lois are the OGs, but like it has to be like good. But yeah, BVS, like, I mean, the thing that disappoints me the most is because of this film and how it performed and had one of the biggest drop-offs ever in its second weekend at the box office. Like, it left a lot of people underwhelmed. And the death of Superman thing felt so forced to me at the end of this thing. Like, all because the only reason Superman dies is just so he has an excuse to Batman form the Justice League, which you don't really need to kill Superman off to like form the Justice League. You know what I mean? Like, why do we like, Batman wouldn't actually form it if Superman's still around? What sense does that make? You know, I heard that like Nolan and Snyder argued over the ending of this movie, and Nolan's like, well, not just because like Nolan said killing Superman off was a mistake, and he was right. But then they just went with it just so they can resurrect him in the next movie. I'm sorry, that doesn't work for me. So I get the setup with him dying wakes the mother boxes, but it could have been so much better. And that's the unfortunate thing of it. Because also you waste that death too, because Superman's death should feel more impactful. We should have him win over the people. Like, it should have been saved for later on. You know what I'm saying? Because it feels kind of rushed. In the second movie, you kill off Superman, which, like I said, it's a risky move, and it didn't really pay off, even when he's brought back in Justice League. And it's cool. It's a cool moment when he comes back, but it didn't live up to its full potential. So disappointed that if that movie was more successful and more well received, we wouldn't have had the disjointed mess of Justice League, which derailed everything. Like, this is the movie. If they had a stronger foundation, the DCU would probably be in a lot better place than it is. At least maybe. I don't know.
Moving on.
So
my number 13 is Shazam. This is a lot higher. Well, not a lot, but it's quite a bit higher because originally this used to be my least favorite of the franchise, discounting Justice League. I like this movie a lot more. I've seen this movie now 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
No, 4 times.
Okay.
And I've liked it more every time since. I'm just going to get this out of the way. There's two things that really hold this movie back for me as to why it's still so low. It very much still, even though this is really the first time that we've ever seen a proper Shazam movie. I know there was that, I think there was like a Shazam or Captain Marvel TV series from the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen that. So this is the first time that we're getting a true mainstream adaptation of Shazam. Arguably a hero that is in some ways more famous than Superman, at least for DC. In some ways. But yeah, first time we're seeing a proper big budget mainstream Shazam film. It's refreshing. And this is another aspect that we like. This is the first like full on mystical, like magical movie. Wonder Woman had a lot of those
Mm-hmm.
elements too, but that's still it's a superhero movie and a war movie first. Then it's more like a mystical movie.
Right.
This one all across the board is a mystical fantasy adventure movie. And that's refreshing. So it feels fresh and new, but it still is a stickler for the origin formula. And this leads me into my big, really, it's my big problem. The sole problem that I have with Shazam, lack of action. And what action we do have is just kind of okay. Nothing terrible by any means, but it's not lackluster or anything, but it's just not as fun and entertaining as it should be. Because you literally have a man with the power of 6 gods channeled into one body. He should be more badass than he is, but he's not. And his fight with Dr. Sivana is just it's more funny than it is entertaining.
Right. Right.
The actor playing Dr. Sivana is pitch perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Jimon Hansu as Old Wizard Shazam is pitch perfect. The best thing about this movie, aside from Zachary Levi as Shazam himself, is the tone and the chemistry between all the foster kids.
Right. And it has one of the, probably, in my opinion, the most heartfelt, emotional scene in the DCEU when Billy meets his bitch mom.
That scene is a total heartbreaker. And that's something that's weird about this movie. And Sean has talked about this before. This does feel like a lost 1980s, like Goonies or Gremlins adventure fantasy film. It's surprising. Like it has this goofy, mystical, fantastical shell, but there's some dark shit in this movie.
When the 7 deadly sins annihilate that boardroom and just devour.
There's that, and then Sivana just picks up his brother and tosses him out a fucking window.
Yep.
And then the scene when like
he touches the door and incinerates
that chick too, yeah. But the biggest heartbreaker in the whole movie, probably of the whole franchise, honestly. And I was like shocked that this movie actually went to this level. Like it had the balls to actually do this, is that it shows a boy reuniting with his long lost mother only to find out, yeah, I didn't want you. Like, damn, you got some balls, Mr. Sir. And I gotta commend this movie for that. It's well done, it's well acted, and well delivered. It hits you right in the gut. The only thing that could have made that scene sting a lot more is if she had other kids, like
right
than him.
Mm-hmm.
But it still stings plenty by itself. And it's perfectly accentuated when Billy says, okay, I have to go back to my real family.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Shazam is a fun flick. It does grow on me a lot more every time I watch it. It's definitely, I think one or two come close, but I'm just going to say this is probably the funniest movie of the franchise. There's tons of good jokes, tons of goofy moments. Hands, lightning with my hands. Lightning with my hands. Lightning with my hand.
Right. It's funny and it works. It's like it's
I'm
big with
bulletproof.
superpowers.
You're dead.
It's
This
also
movie's a riot.
when I get to talking about it, I'll mention something. God, I'm getting all sorts of calls and texts right now. So I'm gonna get my next pick out of the way, but I'm just kind of ignoring stuff right now. But
Shazam
yes,
is a fun flick, but
right,
it,
right,
it
right.
still is low for me. It just
Oh my
needed some better action.
Nick, I'm gonna let you go for a second. I gotta take this call. My phone's blown up like 3 times during the course of this thing. So number 12, I'll be next in a second. So hang on. Just go ahead and keep talking. I'll be back in a second. I'll still listen in.
My number 12 is The Flash. I wish I could see Seanie Boy's face. I'm not a big fan of the Flash. Like, I don't think he's a bad superhero by any means. And of course, when you think of characters that have the ability of super speed, like Marvel ain't got shit on DC. Sure, there's Quicksilver, but nah, still nothing. DC knows how to do speedsters or super speedsters specifically, and the Flash is the epitome of that. Sure, there's like Max Mercury and Impulse, but the Flash is where it's at for super speed. And the Flash himself does have a pretty strong roster of super villains that he goes up against. Reverse Flash, um, Gorilla Grodd, um, damn. What are some other Flash villains? Captain Cold, Captain Boomerang, Mirror Master, Trickster, Abracadabra, the Top, Weather Wizard, Heat Wave. There's a magnetic themed character that he also fights. But anyway, so yeah, Flash has a pretty colorful collection of villains in and of himself. So, but still, I've just never been a big fan of the Flash, especially as someone who grew up with the Justice League animated series. Flash was always the comedic relief. I was always more of a fan of Superman and Wonder Woman and Green Lantern. Um, yeah, I like those characters. Flash was just kind of there for me. Flash does have some really good comic book storylines into him, and he's got some surprisingly dark and fucked up moments in the character's history. But still, yeah, Flash has never been it for me. This was not, right off the bat, worth waiting 15 or so years to see this movie. It was also not worth waiting through, I think it was at least 3 different delays that this film had. And the clusterfuck of bullshit that was going on behind the screens, both involving like the scripting process and the filmmaking process, all the controversies surrounding Ezra Miller as an individual. Yeah, this movie was a mess behind the scenes, and when it finally came out, I think this movie failed for a mix of 3 reasons. One is that it was not worth waiting the 15-year wait. 2, it was not worth waiting the 3 delay wait. But also everybody just shitting all over Ezra Miller due to the controversies that surround it. People were just kind of, I don't really care anymore. And with the superhero genre reaching its lowest of lows, The Flash was definitely the one that took the largest hit, in my opinion. And there was a lot of things that were like screaming to me regarding this movie. That was like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this one. So of all the ones that aside from Aquaman 2, but that's only just because that came out recently, I owned The Flash for a good 3 or 4 months before I finally watched it because I was just like, I don't know how I'm going to feel about this. But when I finally sat down and I watched The Flash, I was pleasantly surprised. I did enjoy this movie. I thought it was very, very entertaining, well told, at times well made. But
It's just the bad for me. It's just the bad VFX. Like that's what hurts it the most because like the story and that's interesting. Barry's a little bit annoying, but it's like it's intentionally done that way, and he does mature more as it goes on.
young Barry is
Young
annoying.
Barry, that's what I meant. Young Barry is very annoying, and like older Barry has to kind of realize, wow, I was such an ass.
Ezra Miller does give a very strong performance in this film, in my opinion. And all the scenes when Barry is agonizing over losing his mom, and when he's like, it's essentially like Back to the Future too.
Right.
And that's kind of an overdone cliche, but here I do think it is done well. It's the alternate timeline, the alternate universe. And this movie essentially just is an adaptation of Flashpoint.
Right, but varied a bit too.
Varied a bit, yeah. And this is a way better movie than Justice League, The Flashpoint Paradox, let me tell you what. Although that movie, kind of funny enough, also shares a similar issue in regards to faces. But I'll get to that in a minute. This movie is also cashing in on multiverse craze because this also same year we had Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and 2 years prior we had Spider-Man No Way Home.
Right.
This movie is obviously trying to cash in on multiverse craze.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? To be fair, DC did the multiverse stuff before Marvel did because Ezra Miller does appear in the CW's Crisis on Infinite Earths.
True, yes. But still, I'm not saying that as a bad.
Right. I know, like it's just like multiverse has been overplayed a bit lately because a lot of people. Yeah. I mean, the whole MCU's phase right now is multiverse. It kind of like.
No, I would totally love to see a multiverse style movie for Godzilla. Final Wars Goji meeting Legendary Goji. Showa Goji from Terra Mecha Godzilla meeting GMK Goji. I would so watch the shit out of that film. Mm-hmm. Moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hands down, similar to Shazam, the scene that has the greatest emotional impact is towards the end when Barry has to fix his timeline and he meets his mother for the last time. Didn't make me cry, but like with Shazam, the emotional impact just hits you right there. It's like, oh, that's messed up. Damn.
Right. And like I said, there's actual emotional weight to this movie, and that's what kind of carries it forward. Is the scene I think that saves the movie for a lot of people is that scene between Barry and his mom at the end. Now, there's obviously the studio, a lot of meddling with it, but the fact that it came out like as good as it did, I think is a miracle.
So. There's some entertaining action scenes. The movie does move.
He does still screw up the timeline. That's right, because he moves things, which just kind of takes away from the lesson, I feel.
True. Yeah, let's not get into that. I'm not gonna get into the whole like wibbly wobbly timey wimey Doctor Who bullshit regarding time travel with this movie and how it either is realistic or it's completely fucked up, like Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. I'm not gonna get into that. I don't want to talk about it. It's a gargantuan rabbit hole that has no escape. I don't want to get into it. So yeah, there's entertaining action. There's some funny moments. There's pretty good chemistry between Ezra Miller and Ezra Miller. Okay, I'll admit, Michael Keaton actually did do a decent job.
Yes, he's the GOAT. He's the best part of the movie, the greatest Batman.
Let me say this. One of my biggest trepidations regarding this movie is I was so worried because they were doing this in the marketing. Like once everybody knew about the controversy surrounding Ezra Miller, They were focusing more on the Batman stuff to promote this movie than the Flash stuff.
Which made sense because Batman sells more and Ezra Miller.
In this case, yes, especially with what Ezra Miller turned out to be. But I was happy that he did not overshadow the Flash stuff.
Right. He's
He
there.
did not. Whenever Batman was on screen, it was not Tim Burton's Batman 3.0 stealing the Flash's thunder in his own movie. There's maybe one or two moments that almost get there, but they're important Batman heavy scenes where that was necessary,
Right.
so I don't mind it. And Michael Keaton does do pretty good returning as Batman. Even though for a lot of the fight scenes, it's obviously just a stunt double, he still does do pretty good. Even though it I guess it's technically not the OG Michael Keaton Batman from the Tim Burton universe.
Because the timeline's been shifted.
He still doesn't feel like he's lost a day.
Right, right. Honestly, one of my favorite Keaton moments too is when he's stitching himself up and just kind of looks in the mirror and he gives this look. Like that to me, like it's that moment that feels so Batman, where he just kind of looks at himself in the mirror after he's like, all cleaned up. And that, yeah, they do the typical, like they do kind of like, like with the older jaded hero who needs somebody to kind of bring. But it's like 2 minutes long until he's like back in the bat suit, which I kind of admire because it's like, well, they did because he left it and then he's like, hey, you know what, screw it, I'm back as Batman. Like it didn't take very much convincing, which
I'll admit, when the Bat Cave is brought online and they play the Danny Elfman Batman music, I was like, okay, that's actually kind of cool.
Right, right. Keaton's my favorite part of the movie. I mean, like I said, that's the main reason. Like, me, my favorite comic book movie is Batman '89. I know we disagree on that movie entirely, but it is my favorite. So, like, I wanted to see this simply for Michael
Obviously,
Keaton.
based on your shirt.
Right. Yep. I almost wore the Michael Keaton shirt where it's just his face on there. So, for this video.
It does do a fairly decent job adapting Flashpoint. It's very obvious that's what it's doing. It makes changes and it makes it its own thing. I don't mind the changes. It is
right, because you don't want a page for page adaptation because we've already gotten that. We have the comic book and then we have something else. Like it's inspired by it, but kind of does its own little twist on it.
But still does its own thing.
Right, and I'd rather have it do some interesting stuff. It's just we'll get to issues with it in a second.
I have three main issues. I mean, aside from this, just didn't feel like it was worth waiting 15 years plus the 3 delays. I have 3 main problems. There isn't a lack of action, but what we have is just kind of standard, but that's not one of my problems. One is Supergirl is incredibly underused. 2, the wacky time travel stuff, but we're not going to talk about that. But 3, the special effects are woefully inconsistent. Like this is almost worse than Justice Week. So much of the CG looks incredibly fake and incredibly cartoony. At least the green screen stuff at least is better than Justice Week. And this is a very brightly colored and flashy movie, no pun intended. So the colors look fine. The new suit for the Flash, I preferred the Justice League version because here it just looks too shiny and clean and cartoony. Another problem, it kind of lacks a good villain.
Right.
Why didn't they just make a Reverse Flash? Like, Dark Flash is just boring.
Right. I mean, Reverse Flash would have been cool. But part of me kind of also admires the fact that Barry is the villain of his own story in that regards, like the theme of that, like, like having to kind of come to terms with things and accepting stuff. So.
Sure, still, I would have preferred Reverse
Right.
Flash.
And, even like Michael Shannon, too, like I was excited to see him back, but he kind of doesn't really like.
Oh, he's so woefully underused.
Right.
And I kind of have mixed feelings about this because it feels like it's trying to undo everything that we saw or like do a lesser version of Man of Steel for a good chunk of this film.
Mm-hmm.
which on one hand it is entertaining and it's like it's ballsy with how dark and fucked up it is in the end, but still like it feels a little derivative. Like it feels like some callback shots to Man of Steel to make people nostalgic for Man of Steel. But yeah, the effects are woefully inconsistent, and the worst of all of them is all of the CGI faces. Like for young Barry, whenever the two Barrys are on screen, when one of them is a CGI face, it looks terrible. And the Christopher Reeve Superman and whatever the hell her name is, Supergirl
Helen
recreation.
Slater.
The George Reeves Superman looks terrible. The Jay Garrick Flash looks terrible. And the Nicolas Cage Superman
The
just
sad thing is Nick Cage shot some stuff and they just decided, no, we'll just make a CGI version of you. And it's like, why? It just
all of it looks terrible. It looks unfinished and rushed and sticks out like a sore thumb.
right. I mean, and the thing is too is like I know there's a lot of studio changes with this movie too. You can see it. There was a post-credit scene that's supposed to have set up Crisis on Infinite Earths with Ben Affleck. There was three endings for this movie. One of them was Keaton was there, and so was Supergirl. The second one was supposed to have Henry Cavill alongside Supergirl and Michael Keaton, and then the one we got with George Clooney. Which, on the one hand, that when I went to my initial screening, Nick, which was like a month before it came out, they withheld who was Bruce Wayne in it, and so I had to wait to go see it in theaters. And then it was kind of a funny, but like it's kind of weird because like I'm kind of cool to see George Clooney again, right? But on the one hand, I'm like, I would have never expected George Clooney to ever set foot in a DC movie again. And it kind of feels like a funny punishment for Ezra Miller that like the last thing that they're being trapped like within like the Schumacher verse of all places. So it's
but it kind of just it just vanishes like a fart in the wind.
Right. And I don't know anymore. So like I mean this movie kind of like adjusted things, I suppose, with the Flash changing timelines, and that's going to lead into the new DCU, which is what Gunn was saying. Obviously, Ezra Miller is not going to be back. He'd be kind of stupid to cast that walking liability. But it is one of those things that, you know, I'll give you my thoughts on Flash when we get higher up on the list.
So I like The Flash. It is an entertaining movie. It's fast paced, it's action packed, it's funny. It's a fun flick, but it's just kind of it's okay. So now with Justice League and Shazam, those are the least best. Here we're kind of entering the more middle of the road section of this list. The next, starting with The Flash, 1, 2, 3. The next 4 installments are in that weird gray area where they're good, but they're just kind of in the middle for me. So
let me get my 12 out because I didn't
go ahead.
So for number 12 for me, I'm going to go with the first R-rated film in the DC. Well, actually, no, it's not the first R-rated. The first theatrically released R-rated film in the DCU because BVS had the Ultimate Edition R-rated, which it doesn't feel like an R-rated movie at all. Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. One of the worst titles of all time. Should just called it Harley Quinn and the Birds of Prey, minus Batgirl, who should have been in this movie. But Birds of Prey, at least, I'll say this about this one. I was kind of intrigued to see where this one could go. I was upset. There's things that do upset me about this film. For one thing, the portrayal of Cassandra Cain, I don't like at all. I'm okay with doing some interesting things that takes on the characters, but when you take one of the best martial artists in all of DC and turn her into this wisecracking kid who just is a pickpocketer, that to me is stupid. Like you took away this interesting character and turned him into like an OC. Should have just called them something else entirely, not Cassandra Cain. I think that would have been more beneficial. So that's one. That's one of my big major glares of the glaring errors of the film. But there are some things I do like about it. The best part of this entire movie is Ewan McGregor as Black Mask. He is so entertaining in this thing, this very flamboyant villain who's like just swearing up a storm. He's like, fucking fuck. I remember like when Ryan and I would do the streams, we'd always like incorporate those like fucking fuck, like those Ewan McGregor like quips and all that from the film. Like he is so entertaining, this completely unhinged lunatic. I really think he should have been the DCEU Joker. Like, if you had him kind of giving a performance like this and put him as the Joker, he would have nailed it. Like, he has a voice for it, and he's unhinged. He's psychotic. He's entertaining consistently. I do think it's a mistake that they killed him off at the end. But then again, this universe is getting wiped away anyway. So, but I would have liked to have seen more of him. He was so entertaining from start to finish. He could be scary. He could be funny. Just the littlest things that he would do. Now he's just an ornament on my wall. Ew. Like, he's so eccentric and entertaining. He is my favorite part of the film. The other birds are like, there is some funny stuff in the movie too, and I like the R-rated tone that it has. It at least has a unique visual style at times, and it isn't a very long movie too. Oh,
Well, it's the shortest of the entire franchise.
yeah,
It's totally channeling Deadpool.
Yeah, in a lot of ways with Harley in that too. So, but like upon rewatching it again, like I don't know, I kind of liked it earlier on, but then it felt like something was kind of missing too. I think it just felt kind of anticlimactic in some ways. Maybe because it is shorter and you have a lot of characters to kind of juggle, and it sometimes doesn't really know what it wants to be, it feels like. Because it kind of jumbles around different tones. Like one part, Harley has a musical number, which Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend, which kind of comes out of nowhere. It felt like, why do we have this in here? Some of the jokes don't really land as much too. I also am not really a huge fan of a lot of the costume design choices for a lot of it. Like the Birds of Prey suits don't look very good, like at all. Black Canary has a nice singing voice and she does some cool martial arts bits at times, but even the action, like there's some good bits and then there's some that are just kind of underwhelming at times too. Harley can get a bit annoying as the lead in this film as well. But I did find some funny bits too, like when she's just like the only thing left in the world she has is a sandwich, that delicious egg sandwich, and just everything just goes wrong. Huntress has a few funny bits, but she feels kind of like disconnected from a lot of things at times. And I don't know, like totally just feels a little all over the place at times, but at least has kind of a unique sense of style. I like how Gotham kind of has its own like look to it. One of the things about the other films, like Gotham didn't really feel kind of otherworldly. Here you can kind of get different areas, like there's some different styles in the scenery. Like I remember like a lot of the set designs, like the funhouse and all that too, with the weird hands and all that as well, or the docks or something like that. And like when Harley has to break into the police station, like that to me is like the most entertaining action bit in the film. But yeah, like I said, aside from Black Mask and, the cast does okay for the most part. Victor Zsasz kind of sucks. Like he's far from the unhinged sociopath. Like he still is a sociopath.
Zsasz. That's not Victor Zsasz. Come on.
Right. Now. That's one of the issues I have with this movie as well, is like they cast, they're the characters in name only oftentimes. And sometimes you can have an interesting take on things, but other times it's like, why even call them that? Like, just call him something different. Black Mask 2, he's not in the mask as much as I think he should be at times, but Ewan McGregor is just so fun and entertaining throughout the film. He is my favorite part of the movie, and I think he should have been on screen a little bit more. And plus, like I said, it's just the plot too. It's like they're looking for those diamonds, and everyone else is kind of after it. Renee Montoya's there as well. It just, I don't know, it kind of ends strange too. Like it ends on this like note of Harley and that just kind of winking at the camera. And I'm like, well, that movie exists. Like it's one of those, it's probably the most bizarre entry I'd say in the DC extended universe. It's very kind of experimental in some of the stuff it does. But at least has a unique visual look to it. It feels different from everything else that's in there. Did it fully work for me? No, not quite. It's not a movie I like to go back to time and time again. But it does have its entertaining value at times too. And like I said, Ewan McGregor, favorite part of the movie. So
the last three installments that you've listed all begin with the letter B: Blue Beetle, Batman versus Superman, Birds of Prey.
Yeah, I think like the 3Bs. 3B, that could be like a band name.
Me next, or you want to go next?
I'll go next. Since like we'll go back to our normal cycle. But anyways, going on to the next film at the number 11 entry with the ranking of the DC Extended Universe. For me, I got to go with a film that came out last year with Shazam: Fury of the Gods.
Okay, if you were gonna make it Black Adam, I was gonna shit myself.
Right. Shazam: Fury of the Gods, like I just watched it the other day. Oh, obviously I watched the whole entire series, but I saw it in theaters. It didn't get quite as strong the response as not even really like near to the level of the first film, but
That
I'll say some good things about it too. The cast is really likable. Like I really love the Shazam family. I think it's very funny, and good God, Mary Marvel is hot as hell. That's like for me, like one of the like she's one of my favorite parts of the movie for sure. One of my biggest gripe with this movie too. I have two major things. For one, things they didn't need three villains as sisters. You should have just gotten rid of one of them entirely. There's a lot of characters to kind of balance in this thing, and I think removing one and kind of putting the characteristics of one of the other sisters into like just combining like Lucy Liu and Helen Mirren into one character, I think would have been a lot better because then you could still do the Rachel Zegler stuff with Freddie and all that as well. I think that would have worked out a lot better because you have a lot more characters this time around than the first one. It doesn't quite have the focus. The action scenes are certainly ups, and there is still a bit of that dark sense of humor to it with the unicorns and all that, and Darla and the Shazam family. Like when they're out there saving people together, they're funny. Even like they have the jokes about playing "I Need a Hero," like holding out for a hero as well. That's pretty good. The part I think I may have laughed the most is when Billy's like as like his Shazam form is having his dream where he's going to make out with Wonder Woman, and then it just cuts to the wizard's face over the body. I laughed really hard when that popped up on screen. Like it's like a big nightmare fuel inducing thing. Like this is a very silly movie. It has that edge to it. The story's not quite as emotionally impactful, I think, as the first one. It's not as strong of a story as the first one with Billy in that. Now he's gotten older, and Zachary Levi, while he's very good in the first film, and he has some funny bits in here for sure, but he is like way more immature at this point than he should be. Like Asher Angel as Billy Batson is so much more mature than Zachary Levi is as Shazam. It doesn't really mesh quite so well. It worked in the first film because Billy was a lot younger, but now that he's a lot older and has had these powers for much longer, he should be a lot more mature at this point. Yeah, you can still have some of those funny bits, but he's way, 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 way too childish. Worked better for the first film, but now at this point, he's been through some stuff. Billy, he's really lacking the wisdom of Solomon. Like, he's a lot stupider in this film than he is in the first film. And that kind of takes away from it for me, too. Like, I feel like that's kind of missing. I still like the family elements. I like how this one's about his insecurities really at the forefront here because he's finally found a family who kind of loves him. And he's worried that he's going to get kind of cast aside, so he's overprotective of that stuff. I still like this film. The action is a little bit better this time around than in the first movie, but it doesn't quite have the impactful storyline. The villain's not as good as Dr. Savannah was, although the post-credit scene with Savannah did make me laugh quite a bit too, because it's like they almost make a joke out of the post-credit bit where like Mr. Mime comes in. He's like, finally, I've been waiting for all this time, but there's just one more thing I have to do. No, wait. And then he's just gone. Like, to me, like, that's just like, okay, you wait all this time. You feel like there's going to be a follow-up. He's like, wait, I got one more thing. And he just kind of leaves. Like, that to me made me laugh. Wonder Woman's appearance, like, Gal Gadot just does not look happy to kind of be there as Wonder Woman at this point, her most recent appearances. She just kind of pops up.
Yeah, it feels it's a little bit better in the Flash, but it still feels that way too. Here, she definitely feels like she was phoning it in.
Yeah, I mean, she just doesn't look excited to be like on screen in this thing. But like I said, there's still some heart to it. There's better action sequences. The cast is still really likable. Mary Marvel is extremely hot, and that's a plus for me. So, did I mention Mary Marvel's very hot? Because I did.
Alrighty. My number, and hopefully the stream isn't glitching out at all, or at least terribly, because I know.
Right. I mean, we have been streaming for like almost 2.5 hours. We're not even like at the halfway point of this list. We should probably speed up a little bit too, but we're almost like reviewing the movies too at the same time. So I'll be a little bit faster at
my number. What is this? 12?
11.
Okay, my number 11 is Man of Steel.
Ooh.
This is, for me, kind of the most middle-of-the-road installment of this franchise. It's a great film, and especially it's a great Superman movie. But therein kind of lies why it's so low. Sean and I talked about this at some point, but for me, It's another Superman movie. It's another Superman retelling. Because sure, there was a long gap between Superman 1978 and Superman the animated series, but then we had that, and then we had Smallville, and then we had Superman Returns, and then we had no, I'm not gonna count Superman Doomsday. So then we had this movie. This just feels like yet again another adaptation of Superman. It's darker, it's taken more seriously, and it's a bit more heavy and apocalyptic and big bombastic in scale. It still is another Superman movie. And this movie came out towards the where I think the origin formula was starting to get really stale. So, while what we have here is very well done, we've seen this before. Still, Henry Cavill is great as both Clark Kent and Superman. Russell Crowe is fantastic as Jor-El. Michael Shannon kills it as General Zod. One of the most bombastic final fights between two Kryptonians that we've ever seen.
God, that final fight scene is so good. I
I
like
do
it's
think it's too short.
I mean, for me, because you have like a good chunk of action leading up to that point, like with the whole
True.
world engines and that too. Now this is just the last two standing, and for me, I mean, I would have liked a little bit more because I was so entertained for the like 6 or 7 minutes or like duking it out or whatever. But goddamn, is it so
5
fucking
minutes.
cool? What's that?
It's
Well,
barely 5 minutes when they're fighting.
well, yeah, I kind of like the little like, look at what you've done with this place. We could have built a new Krypton, Kal-El. Or he's giving a speech.
Counting that, it's barely 5 minutes, the final fight between Superman and Zod. But that's beside the point. When also Superman is fighting Feora and Kryptonian Giant, that's a good fight scene too. But therein also kind of lies another issue I have with this movie. Because it is a product of the origin formula, there is a lot of setup and exposition for the first 2/3 of this movie. Now, it's interesting and it's well told, so it's engaging and entertaining to watch. But the movie does save most of its action for the last third. The action is entertaining and it's big and bombastic, so that really helps with the lack of action, but it's noticeable.
Right. It takes a bit. Like, I mean, you have the opening bit on Krypton, which is kind of your opening action bit. That all looks great too, by the way. Like,
Uh-huh.
I really love Russell Crowe in this movie. I thought he was a fantastic Jor-El. It was kind of nice to see like Russell Crowe like giving this really good performance here too, because like he was doing other things at the time. It just didn't really leave as much of an impact. But I love him as Jor-El. Like, I've always thought he was great. So I like him more than Brando, for sure. Because Brando is just kind of, he can't even pronounce Krypton right.
Anyway, so and thankfully another thing that kind of hurts this movie is the shaky cam.
Yes.
This thankfully came out towards the end of the shaky cam era for Hollywood. So there's not as much of it as I initially thought there was, but there is still a fair bit of it. It's not like Hunger Games level bad, but there's a couple action scenes that are a bit too wibbly wobbly.
No, even dialogue scenes too have a bit of a shaky camera movement to them, like because it's all like almost handheld, or like the stabilizer, but you always see the camera like this rather than just have it on a freaking tripod. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
very noticeable too. Like it's like, come on, it just hold it steady.
Yeah. So Man of Steel is a great movie. It's just the middle of the road film for me. I like it. It's entertaining. It's big badass Superman. I've just seen a little too much of this. So yeah, not much to say.
Okay, number 10, Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Damn.
Yes, well, when you see where like my number 1 is and like where you place it on your list is, we'll see. So, but yeah, so Zack Snyder's Justice League, the fabled Snyder cut of DC. This film is a much better film than Justice League, but I do still have some issues with it for sure. And I will say there are some compliments I will give Justice League in some light instances that are better than this, but it does improve upon some major things. For one thing, Steppenwolf is much better in this film. He actually feels more like a character than the CGI villain. I still don't like the design. I still don't find Steppenwolf this really great villain or anything like that, but there's at least a little something there, especially with incorporating Darkseid and all that. This does feel like a big grand epic in a lot of ways. I rewatching it again though, this movie drags. Like, my goodness, it does not need to be 4 hours. There's a lot you legitimately could trim out of this movie and not miss anything. For instance, the opening Wonder Woman action sequence, you don't need it at all. It adds nothing to the plot. It doesn't move the story forward at all. It just feels like wasted time. Cut down on the slow motion. Like, sweet mercy, if I have to hear Wonder Woman's every time she moves or something like that, it was driving me insane with some of the music too, in instances. Or bits like those random people sniffing Aquaman's clothes and breaking out into song. You don't need it. Like, what is the point of it? Like, what does it add to the movie? There's not even subtitles or translations for anything for it. It just drags on and on and on. It's 4 hours long.
That's just a gaggle of Jason Momoa fangirls.
But yeah, like I said, there's so many bits that it just felt like needless padding and dragging things out at times too. I am glad that they kind of separate into little parts and sections and that. I have not watched the Justice's Gray edition, but this is a very ugly, kind of colorless looking movie for a lot of it, so I don't think I really want to. There are some good bits I like in it for sure. For instance, you actually feel the impact of when Superman comes back. Like, you feel it, unlike the other version. Like, it feels like when he makes his entrance, like, he's like not impressed. Like, that's pretty badass. Like, I mean, that's a really cool bit.
Sporting the black costume,
right? And as cool as it is to see the black suit, it made more sense to the comics because it's a regeneration suit. Here it's just like, he's got the other suit right there. Why not just put that one back on? They don't really have an explanation. I guess they shot it in a different color, but then they changed it in post to be the black suit. So yeah, so there's some good bits. There's some good performances there. Like, Ben Affleck is much more invested in this cut of the movie than he ever was in the Whedon version. Jason Momoa is still pretty good there. He's a lot more serious because, like, when you go from this to like Aquaman Lost Kingdom, like where he's entirely goofy, here he's like stone. Like, there is a lot of angst in this movie, and almost to like extreme levels. I feel like everyone's so dour and depressed, except for Barry. Barry is like the one super kind of upbeat character in the group, which makes sense too. There's some jokes that are funny, and there's other ones that don't necessarily land. Martian Manhunter, while it's cool to see him. Oh, go ahead.
With Barry being the jokester, it feels more in line with the Justice League animated series.
Right. Although that was Wally and this is Barry. But you know what? You need to have one character add celebrity.
It's the same role.
Right. Basically. And plus too, like, when he's talking to Bruce, like, what's your superpower? I'm rich. Like, that to me, like, that's funny. And also one of my favorite little bits too is when Diana's trying to make tea and Alfred's just kind of there. Batman at least has an interesting, a good arc in this about trying to redeem himself and like having faith in others for the first time in many years. Like, and when the team kind of like stands together, and it's like you have the crew at War Power music from Junkie XL, which is pretty good. Oh,
and well, Batman also learns to not be xenophobic.
Yeah, basically. But to be fair, in Batman's defense, he watched a lot of people die, and he just watched like Superman and Zod like annihilate a city. So like he had justifiable reasons at the time for that, but he had to learn like to right the errors of his ways because he realized like Superman was just like, he wasn't like Zod in that regards. So it's like I said, it's a lot of trauma and like losing so many loved ones and feeling like completely helpless at the time, but trying to make things right in that regards too. So Steppenwolf's still kind of a weak villain in this thing. We do get bits of Darkseid in there, and when he is Darkseid, it is cool. Although the flashback sequence, I actually think that should have been Steppenwolf instead of Darkseid, because Darkseid gets humbled by everyone else, so it makes him feel kind of weak. Granted, that's his Uxas take him in. That's Uxas or Uxas or useless, as I like to call him, because he's kind of weak. But yeah, like I said, you just made your villain look kind of weak. He got his ass handed.
Point though, Uxas was a weaker form of Darkseid, so that makes sense.
But like, I mean, when you actually see him in his full glory, he looks pretty sweet. And I would have liked to have seen Darkseid Unleashed because he is like one of my favorite comic book villains of all time. We just didn't really get a chance to see him showcased in this thing. The movie also has a lot of empty promises too. Martian Manhunter, as I was mentioning beforehand, it's cool to see him show up, but it also raises some considerable questions like, all right, asshole, where the hell have you been this whole time? Like the scene too, where like you have Martha getting spoken to, like speaking to Lois, the emotional weight of that scene's taken away because it's not Martha Kent's, it's Martian Manhunter in disguise. And even at the end of the movie, he's like, some call me the Martian Manhunter, Bruce. I've stood by the sidelines long enough now that you guys actually took care of this stuff. Action sequences, I feel like Snyder, as the movies went on, like they kind of got weaker. Aside from the Speed Force bit at the very end of the movie, I thought that was visually interesting and kind of creative and exciting there. When Superman does come back, he still doesn't have like much of a personality to him. It just feels like each movie, like Henry Cavill just like is like told, don't showcase your natural charm or charisma like as they go about. And that's one thing I will give Justice League over this one, is at least he was more charismatic and felt more like Superman. He has a cool badass entrance in here, but he feels kind of like stoic and just
gun.
Yeah, just a big gun in this movie too. And even the fight scene between the Justice League and all that, it's like it's okay. Feels a little like just because we needed a fight in there just to kind of happen. And even like Cyborg's dad like dying too, I just didn't really feel it. Like it felt kind of like he was dumb for sacrificing himself the way he did. And like I said, the final bits with the parademons and that, Batman has some good character moments, but like the action bits with him aren't all that exciting. It doesn't matter which cut. I feel like Snyder is probably exhausted by this point, doing 3 movies back to back to back, where the action's just not as inspired or epic. I feel
more than likely, unfortunately, also
right,
with his family problems that he was having at the time was
right. Yeah, so but there's still some like cool bits for sure and all that too. And we also get like glimpses of a potential future. Cyborg storyline, he actually has a storyline in this one. And there's some cool bits too, like where he's like you're visually showcasing some of his powers like in an interesting kind of way, like where you're seeing like the nukes and that go off, or like you have the financial imagery and that fighting with each other. Like that all is pretty interesting too. I just feel like rewatching this movie, because it's 4 hours long, because there's so much needless padding and slow motion and a lackluster villain, it doesn't quite like work as well for me. I mean, you have to be in a right mood to kind of watch this one because it is so much of a movie. But like, I'm also basing this on like what movies did I enjoy revisiting like pretty much the majority of the way through. And I can't like, despite some great moments there and like you feel the impact when Superman comes, but I just can't see myself wanting to sit down and sit through this 4-hour slog of a movie at times. And the epilogue too. I mean, the epilogue was kind of like, it's cool to kind of get, but it also kind of bad too, because you have Jared Leto featured in there with his stupid long hair. And I remember seeing an image of like him, like he's wearing the crown of thorns, like he's Jesus or something. And he talks about giving Batman a reach around. It just felt so like out of place with the rest of the movie. It just was pretty stupid. But you know what? There's some good musical elements at times as well with Junkie XL score. I feel like I do kind of miss Hans Zimmer as well. But the Wonder Woman slow motion music does get really annoying after a certain point. Every time, like, there's so much excessive slow motion in this thing, Nick. If you cut out the slow motion, this movie is 2 hours long. I just, like I said, it's ambitious. It is a grand epic, but it's just way too long. That's to me is like, it drags in terms of its pacing. Like there's some good character beats at times. Also, even like some of the action not as inspired. Because I mean, look at the action in Aquaman compared to the underwater sequences in this movie. It's so lifeless by comparison. And plus, they have to do the little air bubbles because Snyder was just afraid to embrace like people just talking underwater and some of the more fantastical elements.
So the one thing that I'll say, and then we'll move on to my next thing, unless that's it.
That's pretty much it. So
Amber Heard's tits are not that big. Moving on. So
okay.
This is my number 9?
Number 10.
Okay, my number 10 is Peacemaker. This this was a lot lower on my list originally before I rewatched the series. And this is actually the one that's kind of shuffled around the list the most because I like this a lot, but I think this might be the biggest mixed bag because there are a lot of things to like about this movie, but there's like glaring issues that drive me nuts regarding this show. I don't mind that it's only 8 episodes, although, well, I mean, that could have had a problem too, but I think 10 episodes would have been a bit more appropriate.
Right. At least it doesn't
8
overstay its welcome. I think eight's fine because you can kind of binge it in a way. It's not like needless filler or anything. Like it's just enough for the story that they're willing to tell.
or yeah, show. Did I say movie? Okay, show. Well, I mean, like you could edit all these episodes together into a movie, and I think it would work pretty well as a 7-hour long film. But whatever.
It's actually like 6 hours to watch this thing because they're like 42 minutes episodes or something.
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't mind that. I think the shortest episode we have is like 38 minutes. There's 2 that I think are at least 38 minutes, and
Yep.
the longest one I think is about 52.
I think
So it's
47 was the longest, if I'm not mistaken.
not a super long show, thankfully.
Right.
This in many ways is an extension of all the good shit that we see in the Suicide Squad. And this still does feel very much like James Gunn's baby, especially since James Gunn directed 5 out of the 8 episodes.
But he wrote them all too, and he wanted to do all 8, but he just didn't have the time.
Sadly, I think the worst episode of the show, I say worst lightly, but the weakest episode of the show is episode 6, which is a James Gunn episode. That's the one that feels the most fillery, in my opinion.
Okay. I can't remember like the order of like what happens in which episodes, but I mean, I just think of it just overall as a big story. So
yeah, it feels like just a continuation of like it's R-rated, it's violent and over the top as fuck. It's balls
funny.
out crazy. It's really funny. John Cena is just hamming it the fuck up the whole time.
Yeah, he's great. Like he carries the show.
Fuck that and fuck that and fuck this and swearing left and right and killing, well, not really killing bitches left and right, but when he is, it's awesome. The soundtrack and music is whack and awesome as fuck.
The intro is one of the craziest things. Honestly, the intro surprised me so much the first time I watched it because it comes right out of nowhere. But I fucking love that intro so much. I can never skip it. It just gets me amped up for the episodes. Like, when's the last time we saw like a dance opening for a TV show like with Family Guy? Like that's the only one I can think of. But like live action like that. Well, then again, Family Guy they sing it, but I don't know. Like I really love the intro to Peacemaker. Like you can't help but get excited for the episode you're about to watch. Like each time it happens. And it's a great song too.
Yeah, I would agree. I do have some problems with this show though. For one thing, it that's an issue that a lot of these movies have. It kind of lacks a good villain. Like mainly it should have either focused on, well, Robert Patrick is a great addition, but it should have either focused on the butterflies as the main antagonist or the white dragon as the main antagonist. Having them both here, it kind of, I feel like they're just trying to tear too much of the show's focus away from each other. And White Dragon's death is kind of abrupt and anticlimactic. The White Dragon suit looks really cool.
Yeah.
But he's just kind of meh for me. The scope and scale of the story feels
contained, but also a lot bigger than expected, I think.
I'd actually say it's not big enough because that leads me into another issue I have. This show feels very isolated from the rest of the franchise. There's hardly any connective tissue to the rest of the series aside from the first bit of the first episode and the last bit of the last episode. Everything else in between, it's all its own thing, which on one hand helps to help this show stand on its own.
Right.
But it just feels distant from the rest of the series. The biggest problem that I have with this show, I do think it drags, specifically in episode 6, it kind of also does suffer from a good chunk of the show. The characters are just kind of going at each other's throats for a good portion of the show, which gets a little old. Like, okay, guys, can you just like work together to take out this alien invasion for Christ's sake? Stop bitching amongst each other. But the biggest problem that I have with this show is 2 problems. Peacemaker gets his ass kicked a bit too much for his own series. And god damn is Vigilante incredibly annoying.
I love Vigilante. I'm like the opposite of you. Like
Deadpool in the worst way. He just will not shut the fuck up.
There are times where he could shut up more, but there's also times where I find him just generally funny because he's just this pure sociopath, like who just doesn't acknowledge things.
There's some decent fight scenes involving Vigilante, but at least there he's quiet. That's a big reason why they're entertaining. It's because he's not talking. The actor does a decent job playing him, but my God, is he just way too over the top and way too hammy for my taste. Shut the fuck up. Kill people with your big giant sword. Sure, go right ahead. But
he never got to use his chainsaw. Poor guy.
Oh, yeah, poor guy. Anyway, so yeah, Peacemaker is entertaining. Just kind of has some not crippling flaws, but just elements that drive me nuts.
All right, number 9.
Damn, so low.
Well, some of your ones are surprised. Well, I have Black Adam here. Now, this movie came out. The Rock was all about, I'm going to change the hierarchy of the power of the DC. The hierarchy of the DC universe is about to change. The hierarchy of power of the DC universe is about to change. Well, in a way, he was kind of right because James Gunn took over. Is like, well, we'll see you later, Rock. But in a way, like it's kind of like the flopping of Black Adam in a way kind of rekindled like a passion. Like it kind of led to like all sort. Like this movie should be studied too, because like if it was a huge hit, who knows where DC would be at right now? Like would James Gunn even be in the position he's in now, or would The Rock have taken over and we would have gotten Henry Cavill
James
and all
Gunn
that?
would have been booted out.
Yeah, we'll see like what happens. But yeah, so Black Adam, a lot was riding on this movie, and it like performed okay, but not huge. I'll say this though, this was the biggest surprise for me on this list because I was thinking this one would have been a lot lower because the first time I saw it, I was like, you know, there were some fun bits in there too, but there's a lot of things I didn't care for. But upon rewatching it, I'm like, I wasn't really that bored. I was pretty entertained from like start to finish. I mean, Black Adam, I feel like should have leaned a little bit more into villainousness because he pretty much is like almost a full-blown hero except for the killing part. But it is
That's
entertaining.
What makes him an anti-hero.
Right. But I like Black Adam being villain to anti-hero, or maybe he goes from anti-hero to kind of villainous role. But I feel like The Rock was so like, I don't know if it's just ego or whatever, but his refusal to actually like want to face off against Shazam in any capacity, like, you know, Black Adam's arch villain, he's like, no, we're going to make me the center of the universe and face off against Superman and all that. So I'm like, that doesn't really like, that's cool that we want to see you versus Superman in that. But also like, what about Shazam? Like he just felt like he was so ashamed to like want to be associated with the Shazam character, despite him being a producer on those movies. Which I just didn't get. But yeah, so Black Adam being ruthless, kind of killing off Intergang, that too. That's pretty cool. I like the JSA. They're all like likable characters in it too, which is kind of refreshing. Like none of them are really obnoxious or anything like that. Like a lot of modern superheroes like to make them be. Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate, I thought he was great. like fantastic casting. The film visually looks really good. Lauren Shear, who shot this movie, also shot King of the Monsters and Joker. So
very brown.
Very brown, like a golden look to it as well, like with Dr. Fate and all that. You get some great looking special effects. For the most part, there's some that don't. And there's some entertaining action bits too. I'm like, you know what? I'm just entertained by this. There's some things I don't like for sure. There's some stupid things like the kid with his skateboard everywhere. I'm like, this feels like a movie that was written in the 1990s that somehow got released in like modern. It doesn't, because The Rock has been attached to Black Adam for so long. I feel like this was like a product of like an older time that just somehow got released, which it does lead to some entertainment value, like in some capacity. But one of my biggest gripes, like I said, the villain is atrocious, like Ishmael into like I can't even remember his name, like big red guy. Sabak, yes, big red generic villain. Wow, another generic CGI villain for the DCEU. Holy shit, I have had enough of these generics, crappy, like lifeless villains like this in this series. And it's like, my goodness, can we get some excitement? You know what I mean? Aren't you kind of tired of some of these lackluster villains in this? I mean, we had Steppenwolf, we had the Suicide Squad, Incubus, and Huntress or whatever. But Sabak really sucks as a villain, like just kind of there for the end. I really liked Hawkman as well, and his conflicts and constantly getting his ass beat by Black Adam. Like the dynamic that those two had was pretty good. And like I said, the JSA looks cool. Some of it does feel derivative when they show up. It feels like we're like in X-Men, like with their little like Charles Xavier's manor or whatever. But there is some like fun elements we have with this film. Like it moves along at a quick pace. I feel like it could have, if it had a little bit more grit to it, it could have been a bit stronger. Black Adam is basically the hero. Like the people are just like, they bring up some great points. Like, yeah, where the hell were you, GSA, and everyone else? They just kind of left us off on our own to just kind of deal with this stuff. And you did put your hand up a second ago, right? Weren't you?
I was just gonna say, Black Adam essentially is fighting Devilman at the end of this movie.
Right. And it could have been a lot better. Like I said, there's ways this movie definitely could have improved. It was, like we had Amanda Waller briefly appear in the thing as well. It at least seemed like they wanted to connect to the rest of the DC universe. Like, and The Rock, I mean, he brings back Henry Cavill and the biggest disappointment tease of all time, because I feel so bad. Like that to me, like I feel so bad for Henry Cavill in that regards. He was ready to come back as Superman. Like he was waiting this time. Everything was a disjointed mess in a lot of ways. They dangled the keys in front of you like, oh, and then he made the big announcement on social media. People were happy like, okay, Black Adam may have not been this amazing masterpiece and anything, but it did give us Henry Cavill back. We're finally going to see it. And we're going to reboot this whole thing. Fuck. Why couldn't you reboot it like after this? You know what I mean? It was right there. We were on the precipice of greatness, and it just slipped away from us. It's like, yeah, Henry Cavill, despite the movies not always being great where you're in, we still like you, Henry. We know you love Superman. We know you want to be this upbeat Superman that you've been denied for so long, and then just taken away like that. That hurts. Like the mid-credit scene for this movie is like a knife to the heart of anything else, because he was finally back after all these years, and his last moment is Black Adam, we should talk. Nope. God, that's one of my big problems with a lot of these DC properties. So many teases for things that never come. Empty promises is what I feel like with the DCEU. And it really sucks, because I'm tired of empty promises. You know what I mean? Like with this whole universe, like now we're rebooting it 10 years in. Why do we waste so much time with so much stuff? You know what I mean? At least we had some unique stuff, and there's some entertaining movies to go, but just empty promises. And that's one of my issues with this movie too. Empty fucking promises. But at least it's fun.
Next up for me is Shazam 2, Fury of the Gods. I did like this movie quite a bit more than the first film, mainly just because there's an increase of action.
And Mary Marvel is really hot.
I don't like the redesigned suits very much. I like the gauntlets and the boots, but the lightning bolt doesn't look like it lights up. It just looks like it's gold. And the Shazam family, they look slimmer. They look physically weaker. Mm-hmm. And the suits just look a little bit more fake. And also, I don't like the new capes. I like the hood and cape, but them just having white capes just looks generic and plain. I do kind of agree that there should have been just 2 villainous sisters. Yeah, there should have just been 2.
Right. It kind of hurts it a little bit too.
Having 3 just feels a bit more messy and overly complicated. This
right, because you already have the whole Shazam family there too. I feel like you have enough characters.
I do agree that it's not quite as emotionally impactful as the first movie, but I do think it's a little funnier than the first movie. Like, we have something to tell you. We're superheroes. I'm gay. Oh yeah, we know that, buddy. Like, that got a good laugh out of me. That was That was really funny.
Or the Fast and Furious joke with Helen Mirren, who's actually in Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, that one was funny too.
Chase the rainbow, motherfucker.
Yeah, I do think it's a little funnier than the first one. And so that helps make up for it, and the increase of action makes up for it too. Shazam's defeat of Lucy Liu's character I thought was pretty badass. Lucy Liu herself.
She does not care, and it's unfortunate because I've liked Lucy Liu in a lot of things too.
Good actress, but
yeah,
similar to Susan Sarandon in Blue Beetle, she's just phoning it in.
But you know what? At least she's not Justice League Steppenwolf or whatever the hell that was in Suicide Squad.
Sure. This is probably the one that I have the least amount of stuff to say about, but I liked it more than the first one. I think it's a good sequel. It is a shame that the Black Adam cameo was snipped out.
That's The Rock's doing, from what I've heard.
Come on, dude. Anyway, so it's a shame, but whatever. At least we got his cameo in League of Super Pets. That was cool.
Yeah. At least there's that. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's like, the Black Adam era is beginning. You know what? DC's League of Superheroes, I forgot about that movie, but genuinely one of the funnier comic book movies I've seen. I quite like that one.
Moving on.
My number 8, I don't have a copy of it with me because it's not out yet. This is Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. So I just rewatched this one again. This is the final entry in the DC Extended Universe. And you know what? I just maybe it's Stockholm syndrome or what, Nick, but I just embraced the zany wackiness of it all, and I kind of had fun with Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. Now, my big gripe with the film is Arthur is so freaking immature this time around, and it really gets kind of annoying past a while. Like, he's so childish at times. A lot of the humor doesn't quite land so well for me. Like, some of it is funny, but a lot of it just feels he's so childish and so irresponsible. And I'm just like, he should be a little bit more mature in some ways. Like, what happened to this guy going from like when we first see him in Justice League and all that to like where he is now? I mean, he's a happy-go-lucky. It's basically Jason Momoa's audition for Lobo, which he's probably going to end up playing Lobo anyways, which I'm totally cool with.
I'm cool
I feel
with
like
that too.
Lobo was like his favorite character anyways. So we'll probably see him again in that. But yeah, so that's at least that. Black Manta as the villain, I'm glad he's the villain, but I do feel like the possession thing kind of takes away from his agency as a villain in some ways. And I think this movie really should have had a little bit more guts with it, with some of the things that it could have done with killing characters off. But it's the end of this universe. It is bright. It is colorful. There's some good looking VFX at times. I feel like Orm really is the strongest character in this film. Like, he actually has probably the best arc. Oh, yep. Orm to me has the best arc in the entire like DC EU. I feel like, I mean, because he's the only villain I feel like who has a true redemption arc. Harley Quinn, I didn't really buy that because she still was doing villainous things throughout it. But Orm actually like grows as a character quite a bit in this one. It has that like schlocky buddy cop kind of feel to it. And this thing gets really silly. Like, we're in Superman Quest for Peace kind of silliness at times with this one. And I just kind of
with way better effects.
Like, that's kind of the way I look at this one. And you know what? I have accepted the madness of this movie, and I just went in it just for pure entertainment value. Like, was I bored? Not really. It's a lot shorter than the first film. And I do know that a lot of this movie has probably changed. And like, I mean, obviously, like, we had Ben Affleck in there originally. We had Michael Keaton in there at one point. And apparently Dolph Lundgren has come out and said this is not the movie James Wan initially made or something. But you know what? At least it ends peacefully in a way. Like, it ends on the most likable actor in this whole universe, Patrick Wilson, just sitting there eating his cheeseburger. And you know what? For this disjointed, all over the place, studio meddled, been like released, been re-released again, and changed and backwards to executive, like this vision for this really insane bubble of film and television. It's kind of fitting. Like, just some random note of just Patrick Wilson eating a cheeseburger with a cockroach, I guess. Now, that restaurant probably should be looking out for that kind of stuff, but you know what? At least it ends peacefully. That's what I'll say. At least it ends peacefully. It feels kind of standalone from everything else. There is some great action too. Like, the final fight while kind of short, like the actual like hand-to-hand combat between Black Man and Aquaman, like it's great. There's some great, like James Wan is great at photographing action and all that. Like mixed in with it. I thought that was pretty exciting there. Now, I kind of wish we would have gotten more of his horror vision that he, like, the only shot that really felt more out of a horror movie was when, like, Black Manta, like, suit lights up at Arthur's dad's, like, house where he kind of pops up behind him. Like, that to me felt like a James Wan shot. And I know they took elements from The Trench and put into this. And also, like, the villain, like, that's kind of possessing the Black Trident. Whatever his name, it doesn't matter, because like he's immediately killed as soon as he wakes up. He's like, I finally back.
Yeah, that was a little anticlimactic.
It's anticlimactic, but like I said, at least like I said, Black Manta is in here, and I'm glad he is the villain. My favorite line in the entire movie, and I wrote it down here just so I wouldn't quite forget it, is when he's like shows up in the Atlantis again. He's like, your wife. First you steal your brother's throne, then you steal his woman. Aquaman, shame on you. Like, I laughed really hard at that part of the movie. Like,
even though neither were his brothers really to begin with, but moving on.
The throne in that. Well, he kind of was King Orm, and then he was kind of with Mira a bit. So in a way,
they were betrothed, but she didn't want to be with him. But they weren't married yet. But also, technically, Arthur is more directly in line, even though they just didn't want to admit it.
Right, but it's a funny ass line in my opinion.
It is
Aquaman, shame on you. Like, it just, I would never have. I feel like that had to have been improv. But like I said, it's a cool looking movie. Some of the effects aren't quite as good in some ways. Like there's some, but that's probably due to the insane amount of test screenings and reshoots. Apparently, this movie went through 3 rounds of reshoots, and I want to know what the best version of this movie was. But you know what? It's still kind of cool. We get the underwater stuff. We get some new worlds, some interesting looking creatures. It's this goofy buddy cop movie, and I kind of like those schlocky 80s cop. It feels kind of schlocky, and I kind of embraced the schlockiness of it all. At least I was entertained, and you know what? I accept it for what it is. I've embraced the madness, and at this point in some of these movies, I'm like, just entertain me. Like that's what I want. So it doesn't have to be amazing. It's not an amazing film by any means, but it kept me entertained, and that's what counts.
Next up for me is Wonder Woman 2017. This does feel like a big breath of fresh air compared to the previous 3 movies.
Oh, like rewatched it again. I was like, oh, thank God, a good movie.
Gal Gadot is awesome as Wonder Woman. Chris Pine is awesome as Steve Trevor. The music is really good. The action scenes are really good. Kind of a stickler for the origin formula, but it at least is well done, so it doesn't feel as stale. And it's also mixed with the fish out of water stuff, so that helps too. The action scenes are phenomenal, if a little short. The inclusion of Ares at the end, initially I had a problem with it. I thought it kind of came out of nowhere. But that's actually why I like it, because it does come out of nowhere. It is jarring, but the actor, I never remember his name. He was Professor Lupin in Harry Potter. I think he gives a really strong performance. Maybe he doesn't look physically like human Ares should.
It's like goofy ass mustache.
It's the mustache that kills it. Yeah, that's what really sticks out.
If he lost the mustache, it would be better.
The fight between Wonder Woman and Ares is actually pretty good. Even if it's a little cartoony with some of the CGI, it's still a good fight. It's probably the most inspiring film of the whole franchise. Like, you have this naive fish out of water superhero, but she wants to do the right thing. She wants to help and save people. And that's really inspiring and heartwarming. Probably is just Gal Gadot being the bubbly, wholesome woman that she is. It still works. It's fitting for Wonder Woman. Again, not much to say. Wonder Woman's a kick-ass movie. Love it.
Okay. Well, with number 7, I have 2 copies of it with me right here. Man of Steel. I also have this special collector's edition thing my brother got for me. Includes the 3D version. I feel like I'm like, you know what? Because there's so much Jesus imagery, the tin of steel. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. But yes, the start of the DC Extended Universe, where this whole journey all began, is none other than Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, the only one where he doesn't have an excessive 3 hours director's cut. Who would have thunk it? Now, Man of Steel is a film where I've always liked Man of Steel. I even did a review of it many years ago on the channel. There's things I feel that don't work about, and there's some really stupid things in it too. But by the end of it, it does give me a lot of really great stuff that I've like, and I still go back to it to this day. Like, it's stuck with me. For instance, the opening bits on Krypton I thought were really amazing. Russell Crowe as Jor-El is fantastic casting. I like Henry Cavill as Superman. He's much better in this than he is in BVS and in the Zack Snyder's Justice League, because he's allowed to, like, you know, he's the main character. He's got the focus of it all. The stuff, like I said, with him and that's pretty like interesting. Like the Krypton stuff, General Zod is Michael Shannon, I think, is the best villain in the DC Extended Universe. He gives a really great powerhouse performance. He gets so angry, but he's so much fun, like as Zod in this thing, just screaming bloody murder. I will find him. Like he cracks me up at times too, but like you understand his motivations. He's intense. Like I said, Michael Shannon just has this intensity about him. Like you feel in every scene he's in within this film. But yeah, like I said, he's great. My biggest issue with this film, to me, is the Kents. I feel like the Kents aren't very likable. The tornado scene is the dumbest scene in the entire movie.
Dumb. Yeah.
It's so like, oh my god. You know what worked better in the original Superman film? When Pa Kent dies of a heart attack, because it showed the limitations of Superman's powers and showcased that he can't necessarily save everybody, but that doesn't mean he can't at least try. But it at least added some limitations. Here it's like, no, son, let me die. No, let those kids drown, Clark. Or you could have been like, you could have at least had a conversation like, look, no, you saved their lives, and that's a good thing, but you got to be a little bit more cautious about your powers next time. That would have been simply fine, but he's like, no, maybe, son, no. And he just fades away anticlimactically, comes right out of nowhere in the film. It is absolutely
waste of Kevin Costner.
It's a waste of Kevin Costner, who, you know, under better circumstances, you know, is fine as Pa Kent in some instances. Like I like the bit where he's like, you are my son, or whatever. Like that to me, that's good. But then you have the unlikability. They're so cynical compared to where see, one of the reasons Superman is like this idealistic person is he was raised by two of the most idealistic, like upbeat, kind of positive people you can kind of get with the Kents. They're wholesome. They're like really good people. And there's some goodness in them, but they're so terrified and kind of cynical in this film. And that's kind of like my issue with Man of Steel. It feels very cynical in a lot of ways, especially like with the Kents are portrayed. Superman's not quite the aspirational hero that he's usually is. He's kind of like this like I guess the term is cathartic motivational is I guess the correct term. Like they kind of make him similar to Batman in a way, like, oh, he got the tragic backstory and all that. He's not just this person who wants to do good necessarily because it's the right thing. It's all about like his father's message and all that. It just, there's things that don't work about it. But what does work, Hans Zimmer score, phenomenal. I love the flight scene in Man of Steel. I think that's one of my like favorite sequences in the whole DCU. The final fight scene, yes, I totally understand the destruction and Superman, the buildings and all that, yada, yada, yada. I get that, but it is, in my opinion, the best fight scene in any superhero movie in history. Like in terms of a final fight, it is the live action Dragon Ball Z movie I have always wanted to see, because I don't count Dragon Ball Evolution. That's a piece of shit. But like the action scene at the end with them like going building to building, it's fucking awesome. I get the problems, but I present you, it's fucking awesome. So that's my defense. Sometimes you just gotta be like, you know, it's fucking awesome. As for the General Zod neck snap thing, like I kind of go back and forth on it sometimes, because I mean, I understand why they did it. I don't think they necessarily needed to have him kill him per se, but I understand why. But it never really amounted to anything. It wasn't much of a character arc for Clark to like never kill again, or he was faced with it, like, because he still like seemed to have no problem with like, you know, killing like Doomsday, obviously, because it's like it's just kind of a monster.
It's a monster, yeah.
Steppenwolf, he has no problem with it, but like it's like, I guess he kind of kills that war general guy in BVS, but we never actually see what happens. So to me, it's like, I don't know. Like, I feel like that's like, I prefer Superman not killing, because I feel like he should find another way as a hero. It's just an issue with the Zod neck thing is they never really went anywhere interesting with it as well. So it's flawed, but I still quite enjoy Man of Steel. I mean, it needed one more draft of the screenplay. It needed to focus on Clark's thing because it's kind of disjointed and out of order with his backstory and that they kind of tell. And like it doesn't like, and also like I said, the Kents are a big problem for me. They're always giving him all these motivational speeches, but they're like, no, Clark, don't do that. You know what I mean? It doesn't mesh well for me. Meanwhile, Jor-El, like he's handled fantastically, and the stuff with Zod, I wouldn't change anything Jor-El or Zod related in terms of their storyline. It's just the Clark stuff that needed a little bit more work. And unfortunately, when we get to the next film, like they don't really like seem to want to be interested in exploring a lot of like Clark as a character. So moving on.
Okay, so from here on out in the list, this is where I guess Wonder Woman's sort of in the middle of the road section, though that one is skewing more towards the stuff I really like. So from here on out, this is the stuff that I really, really like. And yeah, I would say all of these films are either some of my favorite movies of all time, or at least some of my favorite superhero films of all time. And there's a couple new additions. But my number 7, Suicide Squad 2016. So okay, this, aside from Justice League, this is the most flawed film of the entire franchise. Many of these issues are attributed to the fact that this is very obviously not David Ayer's version of the film. I know that he did all the reshoots himself, but he pretty much just had a gun pointed to his head, just saying, do this or you'll never have a career again. So it's very unfortunate. And especially as somebody who's seen a fair few of David Ayer's other movies, like End of Watch and Bright specifically. I haven't seen
Beekeeper.
I
You're gonna
like
love You're gonna love Beekeeper.
David Ayer knows how to do. Oh, a Sabotage. That's another one too. That one has a similar problem that this film has, but at least
Don't
it's
fucking
rated.
scream at me, you dumb fuck it, you. Look at you and your fucking 48% body fat and you scrawny little bastard. Fuck you guys. My favorite.
At least that movie is still R-rated, though.
Mhm.
This movie is not. And that's the biggest sign that this, to me, is clearly not David Ayer's movie. David Ayer knows how to do gritty, violent films. And The Suicide Squad is the grittiest and most
Suicide
violent.
Squad. You said the Suicide Squad.
No, the team of the
okay.
Squad, they are the most violent and grittiest. Super.
God, why do they have the same
team.
title but just the in front of it? It's so stupid.
Whatever. Yeah, the team itself is the most violent of all superhero teams. But then you take this team and you neuter it down to PG-13, it doesn't work. Especially when you have characters like Deadshot, who shoots people for a living, Killer Croc, who eats people for a living, and Harley Quinn, who's a complete maniac. You have all these violent, dark, fucked up characters who kill people left and right, and then you neuter it down to PG-13, it sticks out like a sore thumb. This movie, I think, also features the weakest villains of the entire franchise. Enchantress is very plain and boring, and the special effects on her are when she's covered in dirt and smoke, she looks okay. But when she's sharing Incubus's power, when she's green and shiny and wispy and belly dancery bullshit with this piece of shit peacock headdress thing that disappears whenever she turns her head, terrible. And like as a villain, she's just an evil witch. Like whoop-de fucking do. How boring. And Incubus is just a big gun. Big CGI fight coming up. It's just like in Deadpool 2.
It's so boring. And CGI characters can have awesome fights. Look at the Monsterverse. But those are actual characters,
there you
right?
go.
They're actual characters.
But for me, despite all this film's flaws, I still love it. It's one of the most entertaining films that I could possibly imagine for me. I can pop this on and watch it 10 times in a row, and I would still love it. I'm pretty sure I have done that before, actually. Meadow can attest to that too.
I don't
This
know
is
how you
one of
do
the
it. I don't know how you do it. I can't stomach watching this movie again.
a big part of it is the soundtrack, which is fucking bitchin'.
I have the CD for it. It's a good CD.
I don't like Jai Courtney as Captain Boomerang. He is very annoying, but I can just deal with it. Will
To me,
Smith,
he was the best. Like how the
Will
cast.
Smith as Deadshot is awesome. Bitch, I'm having a drink. Ooh. Oh, you deaf. You one of them deaf hoes. What's for dinner? Y'all jokers must be crazy. Want
Go
you to
up
kill 'em?
there, smack on her ass, and get
Going
the
up.
shit like.
Okay, you need to not. Okay, you need to figure this shit out. All right, going up there, smack on her ass. Yeah,
There are
trying
some funny
shit.
bits.
Study. Will Smith is awesome as Deadshot. He's hilarious. He's entertaining. He perfectly fits the role. Even though, in the comics, Deadshot is white. Who the fuck cares? Will Smith is awesome.
At
Harley
least here
Quinn,
he's just there, unlike when Suicide Squad the Justice League, where in the continuity of Arkham he was white, and then they just said, no, that wasn't the real Deadshot you followed for all these games or whatnot or something. So at least he's just there as the character, right?
I actually like Jared Leto as Joker. The design is bad, like the tattoos and the fucking stupid grill and the stupid like smiley face tattoo on his hand. Him doing that creepy croaky laugh is cringy and stupid, and the stupid hunka hunka is
Oh God, he's so
dumb.
bad. He's so bad.
But okay, he's not the greatest Joker of all time. That's Joaquin.
You don't want no beef? I got no beef.
But to me,
I got some bears. I got a bearskin, some grape sodas, and a bearskin run out back. What do you say?
it's it's the same thing that I feel towards. It's the same feeling that I have towards Troy Baker as Joker in Arkham Origins. Both of these actors, they're doing Mark Hamill Joker. And Jared Leto, I actually think, does a better job at it.
Whoa.
His
Mark
Joker.
Hamill's actually good. This is far from Mark Hamill.
To me, he's emulating Mark Hamill, and
No.
I like that about him.
Cameron Montague from Gotham, the TV show, that's emulating Mark Hamill. Jared Leto was emulating just a terrible
I've never
job.
seen Gotham, nor do
Oh.
I intend to. Anyway, so Harley Quinn, Margot Robbie does a good job as Harley Quinn. This is probably her weakest performance, but only because it's the first one, and she's not. Well, I mean, in the extended cut, they do show a lot more Harley Quinn footage.
Right.
So even then, she's not the main focus of the film, but she's still very strong. I don't much care for this design for Killer Croc. Like, the effects are great. The design itself is good. This movie won an Academy Award for special effects for Killer Croc.
Best
So
makeup.
it looks great, but he's too shrimpy. He's too skinny to be the muscle of the team. Again, great effects, and the actor does a good job playing him. And it's commendable that they wanted to stay practical as much as possible. But
especially with the other CGI villain.
yeah, you could have given him some like CG enhancements, like make him a little taller and a little beefier at least. But I love this movie. I love it to death. It is very flawed. It's not David Ayer's movie, very obviously. I still love it though. Moving on.
Okay, at number 6, I have a movie you've already mentioned on this list. That is The Flash. You know why I love this movie? Michael fucking Keaton as Batman, baby. Michael Keaton is so awesome in this film. But you know what? This is a film. My biggest flaw with it are the really shitty VFX that we get, especially in the end. I can't overlook that. It looks bad. But I
Keep
feel like
talking, I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak.
all right, yep. So I guess I'll talk about The Flash. So The Flash is a movie I did see a month early before it hit the rest of the things. And it was kind of weird because when that movie was like early screenings, everyone's like, yeah, this is really great and all that stuff. Then like when it came out, everyone's like, oh, this is the worst thing in existence. I know you hate the Flash movie, Tevya, but I'm going to disagree with you on that. I genuinely quite enjoyed myself rewatching the Flash film. This is a film that is the biggest bomb in DC movie history in terms of box office, which is, like I said, I understand why some people don't like it, but it's also, like I said, this movie had so many production issues going into it, and the fact that it came out like as competently made as it is kind of a miracle. There's some well-acted scenes with Ben Affleck and Ezra Miller together. The final scene between Barry and his mom is genuinely heartfelt and really kind of emotionally like well done. Especially since she doesn't quite know exactly who he is, but there's still that kindness and compassion in her, the way he has to kind of let her go and say goodbye. Like that generally felt heartfelt. That was really good. There's some really entertaining action sequences too. The opening sequence with the babies, the CGI is bad, like really bad, but like at least it's kind of entertaining in some ways. The fight scene with Michael Keaton, where he's like they're breaking Supergirl out, like that was really cool to see. Like I said, I mean, I'm a mega Michael Keaton fan. Like my favorite comic book movie of all time is Batman 1989. I love that film. I've watched it so many times. For me, this is just kind of the closest I'm ever going to get to that third Michael Keaton Batman movie that I always wanted. I would love for a Batman Beyond film with him in there, but unfortunately, it's just probably never going to be the case. And it sucks that I'm never going to get the chance to also see Batgirl or his scenes in Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. Same with Ben Affleck's scenes, or where this direction could have gone in. Because, like I said, one of the original endings of this thing, I've seen the set photos. It's Keaton and Supergirl there at the court hearing for Barry Allen. But now it's just George Clooney, which, like I said, it's kind of fun to see Clooney again one last time because I never would have expected it. And it's kind of a funny punishment for Ezra Miller. Just like, oh, you're going to be just trapped in the Schumacher verse for the end of time. But like I said, I still am kind of bummed that we didn't really get kind of the positive like endings with what was I going to say? Well, it sucks that we didn't really get the full like endings with those two characters showing up. I like Sasha Kaye as Supergirl. I think she does give a pretty good performance despite her limited screen time. Yes, this movie is doing a variation on Flashpoint in a way, and I really would have liked to have seen Reverse Flash in this film as opposed to Dark Flash. I don't think Dark Flash makes for a very entertaining villain, although it was kind of neat to see that Barry is kind of the villain of his own origin story in a way. I thought that was kind of interesting. I also think, like I said, the way they kind of utilize time travel with the Chronosphere Bowl, I think that actually is kind of visually unique. Yeah, it's kind of like ugly with some of the effects. Like I understand it kind of looking weird in the Chronos Bowl a little bit, but in some instances, like the CGI cameos at the end, they just don't look great. And you really didn't need to include them. Like, what is it really like? You could have just used stock footage, I think, and make kind of like maybe like edit around them, kind of like what Across the Spider-Verse did with Andrew Garfield. They took kind of his footage and just kind of edited around it. You could kind of just like, you know how people like to green screen out like things and like make memes out of them. You could have kind of done that with some of that footage and just kind of placed it somewhere like in the background where they're kind of looking on the outside and actually utilize the Nicolas Cage footage that he actually shot. So, but the CGI cameos just kind of take away from things. And there's other instances where the effects just look really, really bad. But like I said, I was so happy to see Michael Keaton back. I think he is the best part in the movie. I am biased, I know. What?
My supervisor at work, he and I were talking about this once, and after I told him I saw the film because he saw it before I did, and I was talking about all the bad CGI faces, and I said to him, you know, for a movie that costs nearly $300 million, how the hell does it look so shitty at times? And he just said, probably use some of that money to keep Ezra out of prison.
You know what? I can see it.
I can see it too.
I can see it too. Man, like, can you imagine if this film didn't star Ezra Miller and had somebody else in there? Could have been like I said. And the thing is, like, Ezra actually gives a pretty decent performance in the film, like in certain sequences. Like I said, when Barry's talking to his mom, I think that's handled well. Or where the two Barrys are kind of like arguing in some instances. Younger Barry is a little bit annoying, at times. And there's some fun bits too. I like some of the soundtrack usage. Like even one of my favorite bits too is when young Barry discovers his powers. It's kind of an interesting way to do the origin story for a character who's already kind of established in a way. I thought that was kind of unique with the two Barrys. And that, like I said, there's some like the way they kind of do things is interesting. Also, some of the funny gags about like Back to the Future and like the alternate like timelines, like Eric Stoltz as Marty McFly and that too. So there's some genuinely funny bits too. I just think it just needed better VFX and execution of things. Andy Muschietti is supposedly going to be doing Batman Brave and the Bold.
I've heard reports he's about to bow out.
I just saw him do a post where it was just him like with his little Batmobile thing on set or something. The Batman sequences do go pretty well, but if he does bow out, let Sam Raimi direct it. That's my
no, because then that'll distract Sam from giving us, or that'll distract Sam even more so from giving us another Evil Dead movie. We don't want that to happen.
They're already doing another Evil Dead movie without Sam. Like he's producing on it, but you know what? Unless like. I would love another Evil Dead directed by Sam Raimi, but he actually has to do it himself. Like he can write it if he wants to, but he hasn't done it. But yeah, so like I said, the Flash movie, I know it's not for everybody, but there's still like some good stuff in here that I quite like. There's some entertaining action bits at times. There's some heartfelt bits. The storyline's kind of interesting. Yeah, I do think Barry like changing I can't change the timeline, but he totally does. Like that kind of takes away from the ending for me. Like it takes away from the agency, but and yes, this movie has been like changed so much from the studio, but the fact that it works as much as it does for me is kind of a miracle. There are ways to for sure have improved it, but at least, like I said, I found myself entertained by the film. Needed definitely some major work on the effects, but I think the scenes, even where it's just not the superheroes fighting, are some of the more interesting too, where they're just kind of talking and conversing with one another. So I'm glad I saw it. I'm glad I at least got to see Michael Keaton one last time. Unfortunately, we'll never see Batgirl probably or his scenes in Aquaman, but at least I got this.
All right, moving on. My number 6 is Birds of Prey. This is the only other movie of the franchise aside from Aquaman that I saw in theaters. And for a long time, this was the last movie that I saw in theaters because of COVID. Because then after this, it was, oh my God, I've seen one movie in theaters for every 2 years. So I saw this in theaters, and then I saw Quiet Place 2 in 2021, and then Godzilla -1 in last year. But anyway, yeah, I dig the shit out of this one. This probably has the least amount of things to say towards it because it's the shortest of the franchise. But that is okay for me, it being so short. It's a violent, fucked up, over-the-top action movie with some very hard-hitting fight scenes, some very gruesome and fucked up deaths, face skinning, crossbow kills. Is that a snot bubble?
Ew.
And a grenade being stuffed in someone's pocket and then falling off a dock and getting blown to pieces. And somebody getting eaten by a hyena. It's very over the top. It's very fast paced. It is channeling Deadpool. I'm okay with that because I like Harley Quinn more than Deadpool. So win-win. Sure, Cassandra Cain is completely different from the comics. The Birds of Prey uniforms look very nondescript and generic.
Mm-hmm.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead is completely miscast as Huntress. God, she's so
Awkward.
bad. I get that might be like that was intentional, but you shouldn't have done it. It doesn't fit. But what really works for me, Margot Robbie gives her best performance as Harley Quinn, hands down. My favorite line is when she's trying to intimidate Cassandra Cain. What? I don't know nothing about no diamond. The inflection in your voice, the fact that you can't maintain eye contact, and the fact that you're a conniving little thief all suggest that you do. Now you can either give it to me, or I can give you to someone who will take it from you forcefully, not in a fun way. Gives that entire scene of dialogue without blinking or moving her face a single time. I said, I can't give it to you. I swallowed it. And stares at the camera. Harley, get the colander. This movie is also pretty funny. It's got some good jokes.
Mm-hmm.
It's also got some fucking fucked up shit that happens in it.
Yeah.
Namely, not the face peeling and the grenade blowing Black Mask to bits, but the scene that like makes my skin tighten across my entire body is when Harley jumps on that dude's knees.
Oh, Daniel Bernhardt.
This movie has, in my opinion, the best and most hard-hitting martial arts choreography of the entire franchise. The Suicide Squad comes very close, but I think this has the gnarliest fight scenes of the whole series.
I don't know. People are like blown to bits and like ripped apart but like in terms of like martial arts, you're saying, because like Harley stabs multiple, like I don't know, like there's some extremely I feel like Suicide Squad. The Suicide
The
Squad is more
entire
violent.
police station fight with Harley shooting people with those grenades and beating people with that grenade launcher, and then taking that baseball bat and cracking people's legs left and right, and then shooting people left and right, taking that big sledgehammer, cracking over people's heads. There's some fucked up shit in this movie, and there's some really gnarly, hard hitting and entertaining as fuck fight scenes in this film. And Ewan McGregor is hilarious as Roman Sionis. He is so entertaining.
Let this guy play more over the top villains. Like he was so entertaining. He was like a RoboCop type villain that I missed.
Out of my mouth.
Yep.
He's awesome, and I would totally get a Funko Pop of Roman Sionis.
Mm-hmm.
Not much else to say. I don't really have any problems with the film, and from here on out, I'll have very little to no problems with these films from here on out.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they're the top 5, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
all right.
During the top 5 territory, this is when things are going to get really fun.
Okay, at number 5, I have Aquaman.
I knew it.
Yep. I just, like we're getting to the numbers right here, so it'll be interesting to see where we get with the top 4. But I quite enjoy the first Aquaman movie. It does feel a bit long at like. I mean, I don't have too many major problems with it. I think it tells the Tyrrell's origin story, like well enough. Some of it's kind of cartoony, but it's also kind of fun, or makes for a good villain with understandable motivations. It's this big, grand, epic adventure. It just kind of feels a little bit like excess by the time you're kind of done with it. And there's a few kind of like sillier bits that may take you out of it at times with some of the dialogue in instances. Like the teenage Arthur's acting in particular has like, are you saying they executed? I can't even say. Hang on, I gotta say it. I'm just thinking.
Kid actor for Arthur is also pretty bad too.
Are you saying they executed her because she had me? And then Willem Dafoe just gives this look like, oh, good God, no kid, no, cast somebody else. But Momoa is very charismatic and like he's upbeat. It's visually, I think it's the best looking comic book film I think I've ever seen. The second film has a lot of visual flair, but it's not quite as pleasant on the eyes as this one is. It's very bright, colorful. Atlantis is epic. And plus, this is a really ambitious movie for its time, given it's a superhero movie set entirely underwater. And James Wan's creative vision just kind of shines through it all. Yeah, you could probably like work on some aspects of the script in that, but man, the costumes look great. Like when he puts on the Aquaman suit, like people like
the Ocean Master suit too.
Ocean Master, Orm, Black Manta, all the costume designs look great. Mira's looks great. I know. Well, I'll say less about Amber Heard, but I mean she looks hot in the movie. I'll say that. But yeah, it's like Nicole Kidman's in there too. Boba Fett's in there. Yeah, so the de-aging CGI doesn't look ideal at times, but you know what? Aquaman's a fun.
Boba Fett probably has the worst de-aging CGI.
Okay, but the effects look generally really great here.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
do.
like the sharks, like they go all out crazy with this movie, and I think that's why, like I said, it made $1 billion. Even the second Aquaman movie, despite not being as good of a film and not as well received critically, still made the most since of a DCU film since like the first Aquaman. It made like 430 million, which is less than half of what the first one did. But especially given the reboot announcement and everything that was going on, like it's still a lot better than expected. But yeah, like I said, this movie, it's a fun movie. There's epic action bits. It just kind of feels a bit long for me personally, because I feel kind of like it's a little bit of sensory overload by the time it's over. I think maybe like if this movie was trimmed down a bit, like 15 to 20 minutes, but still kind of keeping the essential bits, probably would have been a little bit stronger for me. But as it stands, Aquaman is a big, epic underwater adventure with a good hero's journey and all that stuff, and Arthur stepping up in that, and some awesome action scenes too. Like I said, James Wan knows how to film. The final fight between Orm and Arthur is great looking. The underwater battles and the crazy Karathan and the trench shots and all that too. Like one of my favorites is when they dive into the trench and you have like that shot where it's just them going underwater and you have these thousands of pound creatures kind of swarming them and stuff too. There's some really cool stuff.
Shame
Although
that we never got that trench horror movie. That would have been cool.
elements of it got incorporated in Aquaman 2, but it should have leaned more into horror. But yeah, so that bit's all cool. Although some bits are kind of unintentionally funny. Like when Nicole Kidman reunites with Arthur, she's wearing this goofy ass costume, and it's supposed to be this emotional bit. I'm just cracking up, like she's wearing the stupidest costume. Like I'm sorry, James Wan. I just laugh when I see this. But you know what? Like I said, James Wan is I really am a big fan of James Wan as a filmmaker, and I thought he executed this first movie quite well. And it made over $1 billion. It's the highest grossing DC Comics movie of all time, which is insane to think about. Like, would you ever have expected like 10 years ago that an Aquaman movie would be the biggest
No.
DC? Exactly. Like, it's a surprise. Like, it surprisingly did as well as it did. And that's probably why this reboot was prolonged for so much, because you can't just reboot it after $1 billion movie in a way. So, yeah, there you go.
My number 5 is The Suicide Squad. This kicks ass. Every time this is one of my favorites to rewatch of the franchise, because this just feels so fresh. I didn't really have a lot of faith in this movie when it was initially coming out. Like, I was disappointed that I thought Bloodsport was essentially just another version of Deadshot, but not. I didn't think I'd be like, there's a lot of characters in this movie that I'd never heard of, like Bloodsport and Peacemaker and Ratcatcher, that I'd never heard of. So I was like, man, I was hoping they'd do like more of the 2016 movie when this was coming out. But this feels just so fresh every time I watch this. It just feels like a gigantic breath of fresh air. Like, there's new shit that's done for this franchise. There's new characters. It's violent as fuck. Like, this is hands down the most violent installment of the whole series. There's some gnarly ass kills in this movie. John Cena just totally hams it the fuck up as Peacemaker. Idris Elba does great as Bloodsport. Sylvester Stallone is awesome as King Shark. I'm just gonna say it. King Shark is cuter than Groot by a mile.
Yep.
And this is arguably the most quotable film of the whole franchise.
And
Hey,
Book read.
and nom nom.
bird.
Peacemaker. No dumb friends. And my favorite of all, Bird.
I love the fact that we have Stallone as just a talking shark.
Hey, it's awesome. And then
No one likes to show off, unless what they're showing off is dope as fuck.
fuck. That's true. I'm gonna assess in. Why would I share my liabilities? Ah! Why the fuck would I want to leave? This movie has it all. It's really funny. It's action packed as fuck, It's violent as fuck. Like my favorite kill of the whole movie is king sharks. Rip. And introducing Starro as kind of a last minute villain, but it's still cool. He looks great. He looks very accurate to the comics. And then this movie is so over the top enough to be like, we got a fucking kaiju up in this shit. And then that's another joke that they carry into Peacemaker at the very end when that character sees the alien cow. Nope, no more kaijus. Not another kaiju. The Suicide Squad kicks fucking ass. Yeah, killing off all the remaining, namely Captain Boomerang characters from the first movie is kind of questionable.
And Harley, they were never going to kill her off.
Nah, of course not. She's also, I think, a bit underused too. She feels really separate from the rest of the film. Like it's just Birds of Prey 2.0, but she is still entertaining.
Her costume design is the best it has been in this universe. The red and black, I'd say.
Agreed. Yeah. And the woeful underutilization of Michael Rooker is also criminal.
Well, I love the opening so much for this movie because it just lets you know right off the get-go. It's
shocking, and it's very over the top.
It's like so many of them all just keep dying. Like, I'm like, you know what? I have mad respect for this opening for what they just did. Although the only one I would have liked to have kept around was Boomerang a bit longer. That's just me because he's a big Flash Rogues Gallery, and Jai Courtney was genuinely like my favorite member of the squad in the last movie. Or he was up there for sure. But I was kind of surprised as well. So
The Suicide Squad, terrible title aside, kicks fucking ass. I love it.
All right, number 4. It's funny you mentioned the Suicide Squad because that's in fact my number 4 entry in my ranking of the DC Extended Universe. Pretty much reiterating just about everything you said about it. I really dig the hell out of this movie. Like, this was a fun theater experience. It kind of sucks it underperformed as much as it did. Granted, it was like the biggest R-rated opening at the time during the pandemic, and it was day and date on HBO Max. But I think too, like the
they should not have done that.
Right. I also think too, like the title is really stupid. For one thing, like when it's called Suicide Squad 2 or like Suicide Squad something. Yeah, Suicide Squad, anything but the Suicide Squad. You're confusing the hell out of people. Like, cause like, oh, we're talking Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad? Yeah, that it's stupid. It's like Final Destination and the Final Destination, as James Rolfe would say. It's horrible. Or the Fast and the Furious, and then going Fast and Furious. Like
the words right out of my mouth.
So I hate movie titles. They're like, even if sequels with the same titles, like Halloween, which one am I talking about? Exactly.
Gojira, Godzilla.
Right. It's stupid. Like, come up with more interesting titles to distinguish them a bit too. But yeah, so this is balls out, like insanity action. There's a massive cast, and I love the opening where like most of them just keep like getting really, because they like this one feels like an actual Suicide Squad. Something you would send the Suicide Squad in to kind of do. Whereas the first one, you felt like, well, just send in some superheroes given the shit that's going on. You know what I mean? Whereas this one, it felt like, okay, this is like a Black Ops mission. They do die. Like there's actual stakes to the movie. It doesn't quite hit the emotional beats as some of the other DCU stuff. I did actually really like the improvement towards Rick Flag this time around from the first film. Like I was actually like,
that is like the one problem that I have with this movie, like a legit problem. Why did they kill off Rick?
Because, like I said, it adds actual stakes to the movie, and it's like becomes like a plot point almost in Peacemaker. I always kind of feel with it, and like I said, Peacemaker, what a joke! Like that was a surprising thing to me. Like it actually showed kind of guts with the movie. It does kind of suck because they actually made him like more likable this time around. But like Rick Flag, like it kind of just shows like the links that these villains will go. And like I said, I think that was a really kind of powerful, impactful like moment in the film. It's like it's a great like hand-to-hand combat fight scene. It's like a lot of it shot off the helmet. This is a visually like awesome looking movie. I mean, this is a pretty pricey movie, especially for an R-rated film. The fact that they let James Gunn just go unhinged. Like you can feel like this is him. Like he was pissed off after what happened with him getting fired. And he's like, I'm just going to go all out, balls to the wall with this film. And he really does. Granted, there's a lot of jokes that don't really land for me. I think there's some that just kind of felt like, it's not that funny at times. But there are some really funny, like even characters like Polka Dot Man, who like, the way he kind of brought him into the film, like, oh, that was actually kind of interesting. And I like the fact that we kind of these more obscure characters like Peacemaker. I didn't really know much about Peacemaker before
Neither
this
did
movie.
I.
And
Now
now
he's one of my
Peacemaker's
favorites.
now Peacemaker's this household name, and John Cena plays him well. And also, I think the funniest part in the movie for me personally is when they murder the rebels, where they're just trying to one up each other.
Yeah.
Like, that to me is like, that's a dark sense of humor, and it's just the reveal that they just killed all these people in that too. So, and also seeing Starro the Conqueror and the rat catcher thing, I'm kind of surprised there's that many rats on Corto Maltese, to be honest. But you know what? This film embraces its wackiness, because in like another movie, like, oh, that's too comic booky, we're not gonna like embrace the wackier elements. Like, Starro would be something else under the hands of another director. Would make him like gray and ugly looking or something like that. Starro at least like has an interesting looking color palette. It's visually interesting from start to finish, and there's some bits, like I said, with Harley and the general or like Lee president or whatever, where that just kind of like doesn't really go much of anywhere. I think she just kind of kills him. That kind of like in the soundtrack, while some good bits are there, it's not like as good as some of Gunn's other work.
But again, marginally, it's like by a small amount. It's not quite as good as the first one.
Right. The first film soundtrack to me, like, I mean, was better, I think. But like I said, this one felt like a filmmaker who just wanted to just let loose after being fired, and you can see, and I respect the hell out of it. Like, give me this full, fun, R-rated, epic, like, action bit too, and let the villains actually be villains too, and they betray each other, and there's some stakes with it as well. Inventive action sequences, some funny bits too, and King Shark, bird. So like, plus for me.
I wear disguise. Fake mustache.
So, but yeah.
Yourself. It's the worst fake mustache I've ever seen. Plus, be woke to have to kill you. Some shark-shaped bloke with a mustache sneak creeping up on us.
Fuck! New friends.
Num. Monster is num num.
Alrighty, my number 4 is Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom. I really dug this one a lot. The only reason why, because it was almost tied, honestly, with the first movie. But the only things that hold it back, it's too short, and it doesn't really fit as a finale, in my opinion. It just feels like another installment to the franchise.
Right.
And granted, I'm sure, I mean, obviously, with
The Flash really should have been the last movie, I feel like. But the thing is, Aquaman was supposed to be released before The Flash, then it got changed, and just so many release date shufflings really kind of messed with this.
I do think The Flash probably should have been saved for the end.
Right.
But whatever. So what was I saying? Oh, and they could have taken that end credit scene from The Flash and just plastered that onto Aquaman 2, and that could have been the only thing you could have changed. But whatever. But aside from those two things, yeah, Orm is awesome. He's great. His character arc is really strong. His chemistry with Jason Momoa is really good. The action scenes are pretty awesome. I prefer Black Manta's suit from the first movie more than this one, but I do like that this one is a little more comic accurate. Yahya Abdul does a good job playing Black Manta, but again, I think his performance is a little stronger in the first movie. This movie is incredibly colorful, just as much as the first one, in my opinion. The fight scenes are great. The trident face-off at the very end is really, really good. Actually, I think it's better than either of the fights in the first movie. I like that they beef up Aquaman's strength quite a bit in this movie, because that's one minor problem that I had with the first film. He doesn't seem like he's as strong as he should be, like physically. Aquaman was never like Superman or Shazam levels of strong, but he did go toe-to-toe with Wonder Woman quite often. So he does have a degree of superhuman strength, and this movie showcases that a bit more, in my opinion. There's the reason why this was almost a tie. Aquaman 2 is just more of the same shit that I love in the first movie carried over into this. Same
Right.
with Avatar and Avatar: The Way of Water. It's just more of my favorite movie. The Meg and the Meg 2, it's just more of my favorite killer shark movie. Yeah, I don't really see it as a sequel. It's just more of what I like.
What do you think of Arthur being a little bit more immature this time around? I feel like
it does it's a bit questionable, but I don't mind it because I do think he's funny. And also he's a fun dad, and he's just letting that take over a lot of his personality.
Mhm.
Plus, he does say in the movie, I use jokes and humor to deal with stressful situations. Is that a problem? I do the same thing. So I don't care.
Right.
So, yeah, and funny, all three of these movies, Aquaman 2, The Meg 2, and Avatar 2, they all have to do with water, and they're all very colorful. Awesome. Yeah, love it. Moving on.
All right, number 3. Okay, like I said, the top 3 were some of the most difficult to choose, but one thing held this movie back from reaching higher on this
Wonder
list.
Woman.
Yep, you know exactly what it is. So, in this instance, I have the first Wonder Woman. Rewatching this one again, like I was like when I did just like when I watched BVS and Suicide Squad back to back in one day, I was just so like, I just like, well, how am I going to do this whole rewatching thing? And I'm like, fine, I'll put on Wonder Woman. And then something happened. I remember I felt like Anton Ego in Ratatouille when he has the food again and he just like flashes back, like he remembered a happier moment in his life. And I'm like, oh my God, I forgot how great this movie was. Yeah, there's some nitpicking plot holes and things you can do, but like what Wonder Woman has is like a hero wanting to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There's an inspiring, heroic thing. Cause like some of these other heroes, like they kind of have to they kind of like become better people in a way. This is like a naive hero who just wants to do the right thing. And it's really refreshing to kind of see in this universe. Cause like when you go to like everyone else, like Shazam, like, you know, Billy's been this kid who's been through some stuff and then like he has to earn his powers and all that. Superman and Man of Steel, you know, a character who should be this aspirational, like good light person or whatever, has to kind of go through all this stuff in order to kind of be Superman because his daddy didn't want him to, or something like that. It wasn't just the need to just help people and like go out into the open and just kind of do the right stuff. Or Aquaman's story, like in that too. Like I said, this is a different type of hero that we haven't really seen in quite a long time. Like honestly, when this movie came out, this is the closest to like a Christopher Reeve Superman type hero, because like everyone else, like, you know, like I said, they didn't really have that. Or like the first Captain America, kind of, where he's just kind of like has this innate goodness within him and wants to help and do the right thing. So that's one of the things I loved about Wonder Woman. Just this hero wanting to do the right thing. And so like, and then you have Chris Pine in there and he's really great. Like honestly, in terms of superhero romances, in terms of live action films, I think Steve and Diana were probably the best I've seen in the modern era of superhero films. I don't know, maybe it's because they kind of flipped it a little bit, like it's the superhero boyfriend for once instead of like just the superhero girlfriend. But Pine is such a likable character and they have really good chemistry and there's genuine warmth in the film as well. Oh, go ahead.
If Amber Heard wasn't such a piece of shit, her chemistry with Jason Momoa and their relationship surely would have been stronger if she was in Aquaman 2 more.
Could have been, but like one of the first,
if she didn't suck as a human being.
Right. But then going into like, oh, where is that? Yeah, so Steve and Diana, like I said, you okay?
Pop my knee. That hurt.
Oh, I was like, hell's going on here? But yeah, like I said, even the moments where they're like just the little moments too, where they're like dancing in the snow or whatnot. Or one thing this movie remembers is regular people exist in these comic book movies, and I feel like that's some things that a lot of movies are kind of missing. Is just kind of the everyday folk, setting like this character and putting her and challenging her like beliefs in that, like by putting her in World War I with the trench warfare and all that other stuff kind of going on. And the scene where she steps onto the battlefield because she just can't stand by and watch as people are getting like tortured and, you know, like held hostage in this village or whatnot. The No Man's Land sequence is one of the most inspiring scenes in any superhero movie in history. And they all kind of fight behind her. You get this great action. I also like the little bit where he's like, Diana, shield, and like it kind of
Yeah, that was cool. I love that.
It's like that too. And the movie is really, really good. And then we get to the third act with Ares, and it gets kind of iffy. Now, like, I'm not gonna say it's bad. Although David Thewlis's mustache is kind of distracting. And sure, the villains could be a bit stronger. I've kind of accepted it for what it is. I know the studio forced this ending on them, and that's kind of why it feels so like disjointed from kind of everything else. I'm not sure what the original ending would have been before they added big CGI mustache like David Thewlis kind of fighting her. But like other than that, I think this is a really strong like comic book film, like one of the best that we've ever gotten. I think. Like I mean, this one and the other one that I have on this list are really top tier. So I've said my piece. I'm losing my voice at this point, Nick. We're going on 4 fucking hours.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. So the next couple, the last two, I don't have a lot to say, but this one,
Okay.
my number 3, Black Adam. This movie blew my fucking mind in a time when I was really losing faith in the superhero genre. And I was just about to completely write off DC even. Then comes along Black Adam and completely reinvigorates my interest, at least in DC movies. Black Adam kicks fucking ass. Sure, it took 15 years to make. It yet again is another origin story. It does feel in some ways kind of isolated from the rest of the franchise. In a good way, in my opinion. Not like Peacemaker, thankfully. And sure, The Rock's ego is very much on display, and it's kind of obvious. But what works so strongly for me is Black Adam himself. You can clearly tell The Rock is just throwing everything he's got into playing this guy.
I mean, his workout is intense.
The suit looks great. The effects look great on Black Adam. The fight scenes are phenomenal. Similar to The Suicide Squad, this movie also feels pretty fresh because it introduces new characters that we've never seen before in a likable and well done way. Pierce Brosnan is great as Dr. Fate. It is a shame that we never got to see a proper Dr. Fate film, considering how much stronger he is than Doctor Strange.
Yeah, they kind of underpower him against Savak in this one too. I feel like
kind of severely, in my opinion,
Yeah.
but that's beside the point. Atom Smasher is kind of underused, but I really like his suit, and the actor does a good job playing him. He's not annoying, thankfully. He very easily could have been.
Right. The JSA is really likable, and that's kind of what works about it. They're just kind of like nice.
Cyclone is probably the least interesting character, but the actress does a good job playing her, and she's a likable character, though she is kind of the weakest member of the team, in my opinion.
Yeah, like her and Atom Smasher, like kind of like are the most forgettable, but at least they're not obnoxious. Like they generally want to do the right thing, which is refreshing.
She herself injects some color into the film, which is appreciated.
Oh, with her powers and that too.
I don't mind how brown this movie is, but sometimes, like towards the end of it does get a bit visually bland. Sabak I don't think he's a horrendous villain, but he's very simple. It doesn't help that he's saved for the last 20 minutes of the film. And
he reminds me of like Jafar in Return of Jafar, or Aladdin, like when he turns red.
Uh-huh.
That's the vibe I get.
It is essentially Black Adam versus Devilman. Like, he looks cool and he has a cool power set, but as a character, he's essentially an even more evil version of Black Adam. And his fight with Black Adam at the very end is way too short, and his death is kind of anticlimactic. But the highlight of this entire movie is The Rock as Black Adam. He is a complete fucking powerhouse in this movie, tearing people to pieces left and right, fucking up armies with just one sonic clap, incinerating people to smoldering skeletons with lightning, beating the shit out of everybody left and right. Hawkman, great actor, by the way, the guy who played James from The Invisible Man 2020, talking shit, getting up in Black Adam's face and getting his ass kicked the whole movie.
He gets a few licks in, but he pretty much just gets his ass kicked.
Yeah, and it's funny. You could say that it's just The Rock stroking his own ego, but let's be honest, Black Adam himself is way stronger than Hawkman.
Right.
I love this movie. This really, really impressed me, and great music score too. By the way, it's beautifully.
Yep, the Lauren Bell feel like.
There's a couple questionable decisions again too, like the kid. I think he's kind of annoying, actually.
90s skateboard kid for the win.
The fucking mid-credit scene with Henry, they should have cut that out. At least for the home video release, they should have just cut it out. Like maybe at least have it as a special feature. But yeah, for the home video release, they should have just left that scene out, in my opinion.
Well, we didn't know until later on, I suppose. It was already like on the disc.
And there was another thing too. Oh, one of the biggest aspects of this movie that I love is that they keep going back and forth on whether or not Black Adam is in the right or wrong for killing his foes. I'm pro killing villains.
Certain characters, I'm fine with it. Not every character should be killing not every hero should be a killer, though.
Batman. That's all I'm going to say. Moving on. Black Adam kicks ass. This is the newest addition to my list of favorite superhero films. I love the fuck out of it. If you just want to watch this movie, just to watch The Rock play a badass, severely underrated character in DC, kick all sorts of ass and kill a bunch of people, can't get much better than this movie.
Yep. All right. Number two, and then this gives away number one. I know your final two, so I'll give you a hint.
I already figured it out.
Peacemaker.
Damn, really? I would have never guessed this would be this high.
You know what? Upon rewatching it, I just enjoyed it the most. Like this is based on my enjoyment. Like when I binged like the entire thing in a week, Nick. So like, I mean, when you watch that much stuff back to back, you look to the one that like you have the most entertainment value. I was also trying to think too, like which ones do I want to revisit like the most? Like when I'm not like binging all this stuff, and that was a factor too. That's why, like I said, the top 7 are like kind of where they're at, and the other ones are just kind of there. But I really dug the hell out of Peacemaker. I liked it even more than the Suicide Squad movie. I think because, like I said, it's consistently entertaining from the beginning all the way to the ends. I find John Cena's performance really good. I quite enjoyed Vigilante. Eagly is fucking awesome. The scene where
he's adorable. He's
Eagly
so adorable.
Eagly just murdering all those people was great. Vigilante just complete a complete sociopath and just like has no problem killing for like all sorts of other things. Like he's been pretty entertaining in that regards from like what he does in it. So you have that, and then like I said, Cena's pretty good. The White Dragon, or was it
White Dragon?
White Dragon. The costume design there is pretty good as well. I also did enjoy the surprise Justice League cameo at the end of the series.
Oh yeah, that was cool. But it's
fuck you, Barry.
They're not showing Gal or Henry.
Yeah, I get that too, but that's more the studio than like what Gunn probably wanted to do to have them there. Because Warner Brothers, like I said, we've talked about this and like this disjointed, messed up studio metal, constantly changing, not sure which way to go in directions, and it's really hurt DC as a brand in general. But the fact that we actually got them to kind of show up in that, and like we had the funny Aquaman gag, I think was worked. Even kind of the supporting characters like Diebeard, like and like the cops and all that, like all kind of like they're memorable. Yeah, fucking Diebeard, like of all the characters, like was pretty funny. And then Hardcore, like I was worried she was going to come across as like too bitchy, but there's still kind of like more to her character and all that. She is James Gunn's wife though, right?
Mm-hmm. I think they got married after they did the Suicide Squad.
Right. Or it was like before or after that, but Yeah, so I mean, oh wow, his wife is showing up all this, but like she was kind of a smaller role in the movie, but it's not like she like took over like everything else. Although it's weird,
And
she
for like 1 minute in Black Adam too.
and Shazam 2 as well. But her and Diebeard are in Shazam 2.
Really? I don't remember
Yeah.
seeing them.
The JSA post credit scene or mid credit scene.
Oh, I don't watch post credit scenes, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, well, you did reference the Henry Cavill one, so because we had no choice.
Yeah, I had no choice. Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, and then like Peacemaker, the way they kind of like challenges like where he has to kind of like grow, but kind of also is still willing to make kind of the more difficult choices that other heroes wouldn't. Where we had the butterflies and all that, they're like, oh, see, we know you're a good person. Bam, still just shoots him. Is like, no. I don't like his whole like he cherishes peace with all his heart, no matter how many men, women, children he has to kill to kind of do it. Like that idea is kind of challenged in this movie at times. It's very funny. The dance intro, like I can never skip the intro to Peacemaker. It's so memorable and kind of great. Like I said, the cast is really good here too. It just even like Amanda Waller's daughter, like she's pretty good in the show as well. Kind of conflicted.
Macy from Orange is the New Black.
Right. So I was kind of surprised. Like there's some surprising reveals. Like this was a show to watch. Like when it was like airing on Max every week, I was like, it was a fun show to kind of be like keeping up to date with. I know they deliberately withheld the last episode so that like the spoilers didn't go out because like Gunn's like no we're not going to show like they because usually they send out pressers but they refused to showcase everyone the last episodes intentionally to kind of withhold the spoilers and all that too. So and now I've heard that Peacemaker is getting like Gunn apparently wrote season 2 of the show and he's reintegrating it into the new DCU. I have no idea how he's going to do it. He said he has a way to do so and we're going to apparently get like a Waller spinoff from it as well. So we'll see how it goes. I like James Gunn's first TV series. I thought actually worked better than the movie. It's a show I don't mind revisiting time and time again. I genuinely really like Peacemaker. So
If Creature Commandos can have a similar vibe as this, I think we're in good hands.
right, I think it'll be a bit different because I don't think he wants to do the exact same thing. But it's animated. I'm excited to see how Creature Commandos turns out. It's supposed to come out later on this year. That's the first true new DCU show. And like I said, animation's a little bit more cost effective. You still like the actors will still play them in live action, but we'll see how it turns out. But I love Peacemaker and the soundtrack is great. Like the heavy rock music or heavy metal. It does go a bit far in some instances. I wasn't expecting, like I didn't expect John Cena in that stripper scene. Like, didn't expect full frontal or like as R-rated as it was going to get in this thing, but they definitely went
this
there.
is the only installment where you see full-on tits.
Yeah, I think so because like in the Suicide Squad, you see full-on dick.
Ew, no one wants to see that.
Well, some people do, but you did see it. So, but this one's like, yeah, we're fully
Wait,
embracing
no,
R-rated.
you do see tits in the Suicide Squad in that the Gentleman's Club.
Okay, but you know what? I like the fact that it's not afraid to go full R-rated and unhinged.
Oh yeah, it's that boldness that I admire.
There's some great action bits too, like where he fights the first butterfly and just gets thrown out the window. I love the bit where he's trying to
Activate Sonic Boom.
Yep, like just little gags like that, or like the scene where he like has to kill his dad, and like the flashbacks of that were pretty intense too, where he killed his own brother and that. So I know I'm sitting in this wooden chair for a while. I'm like, I gotta get out of this thing at some point and get some dinner. But yeah, like I said, I mean, we've rambled on for 4 hours. I'll just let you go to the next number 2.
My number 2 is Aquaman.
I knew it. I thought it was going to be your favorite. I assume like it's either going to be that or the other one.
Aquaman kicks fucking ass. This is one of the most fond memories that I've ever had seeing a movie in theaters. I actually saw this twice in theaters. The first time was a little more memorable because you can ask Meadow because she can attest to this. I was starving to death for most of this movie in theaters. So that's why we saw it for a second time, partially because it would have been a nice date night, but we also smuggled food into the theater the second time. This movie is a masterpiece as far as I'm concerned. It's incredibly colorful, very pleasing to look at. It's got a great cast: Jason Momoa, Patrick Wilson,
Willem Dafoe,
Nicole Kidman. It's got a great cast. It's very beautifully shot.
not teenage Arthur.
No, not Teenage Arthur. No. Yeah, it's very beautifully shot. It's got amazing action scenes. Good roster of Aquaman characters: Black Manta, Ocean Master. That's about it. Oh, Dolph Lundgren too. He does really
Yep.
good.
King Nearest.
Better in this movie than the second one, but only because he's not in the second one very much.
Right.
And
At least he's in on
okay,
the action more, I feel like, at times. Like, at least the
Yeah.
final bits and his issues with Orm are on display there. They don't just brush that aside.
as difficult as it can be for a lot of people, and in some ways, I myself included, Amber Heard is a horrendous woman. That being said, I can separate, at least in this movie, because in the second movie, she barely exists. Had to have been a director's call. Oh, yeah, people aren't going to watch this movie if she's in it a whole bunch.
Well,
Just
from what they were saying, like, because with the court stuff, with that whole thing, like, no, this was always an Orm and Arthur story, which it pretty much is them, because, like,
It is, yeah, but I'm sure there was more footage that involved Mira in the second movie,
Mhm.
but they just said, "Oh no, we gotta. Sorry, honey, you can keep your salary, even though it'll probably just go to your court fees for Johnny." But
Man,
you
like,
got-
isn't that crazy? Like, The Flash and Aquaman, you have Ezra Miller and Amber Heard with those, like, two, like, controversial stuff, like, in the same year.
at least in this movie, though, she's pretty good. Her relationship with Aquaman for a lot of the movie is kind of questionable. She's kind of talked shit about him for most of the movie, which is a
Mhm.
little off-putting at times.
Her accent is quite different from the Justice League, though.
Yeah, that's a bit distracting on the part of the Justice League stuff. But and again, her tits aren't that big. And even though I said she's pretty good in this movie, she does not deserve to have her butt grabbed by Jason Momoa. But her suit is pretty to look at. It's a very vibrant shade of green, and her hair is a very vibrant shade of red. And her couple of action scenes are also pretty entertaining. So,
The
yeah,
wine
that,
scene.
that was badass. So she is good in this movie. As difficult as it is to push past the fact that she's a horrendous woman, I think she's pretty good in this movie. And overall, this is a fucking fantastic superhero movie. I wish it was longer just because I enjoy it so much. The camera work is great. It's very colorful. The effects are great. Action's great. The soundtrack is the soundtrack in this movie. The soundtrack and
The score or the
Both.
soundtrack? Okay, like, was when I hear Ocean to Oceans, I just start laughing.
I love that song, especially how it's used in this movie. But I also love what the hell is that Depeche Mode song when Black Manta is making his suit?
Gonna take my time.
Yeah,
I've
that
got all the
Love
time
it.
in the world.
I can't remember the name of that one, but anyway, that's a great song. I just love this movie. It's a masterpiece from beginning to end. I can't get enough of it. Again, like Suicide Squad 2016, it's endlessly rewatchable. I love this movie. It's a masterpiece.
All right.
I like zero cons with it.
All right. Number one, I've when I was going into this list, I figured it'd probably be right here. But number one, my favorite DCEU film is Shazam. I love the absolute hell out of this movie. It's one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. It's a great movie to watch around Christmas time. Shazam, I don't know.
Agreed.
DC has some pretty solid Christmas movies. You have this one, you have Batman Returns, you have Merry Little Batman. Shazam to me is a film that, like, when it came out, I absolutely loved it, and it's very funny, it's very heartfelt, it's very fresh for the genre. Like, it has its own unique tone. It feels like a lost 80s kids film, and it feels closest in tone, I think, to capturing like the vibe of a Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie. The everyday people of the city feel
I can see that.
the extras are more memorable. The comedy is on point. I love the fact that Savannah and Billy are kind of like they both had issues with their, like the lack of family, the what's the word I'm looking for? Like Billy's
lack of family structure.
Yeah, lack of family structure is what turns Billy into a hero and Savannah into a villain. I thought that was really interesting how they kind of mirrored each other in a way, because they were these kids who were just kind of looking for that family support, and that rejection is ultimately what turned them into what they are. The scene at the very end where Billy gives them all the powers, that's great. It's very funny. I love the use of Santa Claus in this movie, where he's like, fuck this. And he's getting on the, like, man, it was fucked up, man. I love David F. Sandberg as a filmmaker too. If you ever get the chance to, I recommend watching his stuff on YouTube. Very informative about how, like, movie making's done. He started out just making YouTube short films, then did Lights Out, then Annabelle Creation, then moved on to this and Shazam 2. Very talented filmmaker. I'm excited to see what he does.
Did return for Shazam 2?
Yeah.
Okay. That explains a lot, actually.
Yep. So very good filmmaker. But yeah, like I said, this movie, like the scene, I know we talked about it earlier, when Billy meets his mom again, that scene just hits really, really hard. That to me is like the most
to the gut.
Right. I mean, I was more emotional during that than Superman's death scene. That just goes to show you, like, because this one felt more real. It's just this kid who's just been, and I also love too, like when he remembers it, like she's wearing white gloves, it's more bright and colorful, and then when the real thing kind of hits, like her gloves kind of change colors.
Dingy.
Yeah, dingy in that too. You see kind of like, because like he's kind of remembering it differently in his head, like he's kind of painting a bit of a different scenario. And Asher Angel is really good in the movie too. Like he handles the mature scenes quite well. And Zach Levi is very funny, very charismatic as Shazam. You feel that. One of my favorite scenes in the movie too is where it's him and Freddie, and they're just the montage to like the Queen song, "There's No Stopping Me." I love that scene. It's just fun, upbeat. There's no stopping me. And you get to see the things that kids would do if they had superpowers. There's a little bit of irresponsibility with them at first, but then he has to kind of earn that and as well. The finale is pretty fun too with the different monsters. I also love seeing John Glover in this thing. He was also in Smallville, and he was also in Batman and Robin. He's also the Riddler in Batman the Animated Series. Like he is like the king of DC in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, I just cracked up where like the opening bits make me laugh. He's like, "Stop it, you miserable, whiny little shit." And he just like his screams and yells are so entertaining. Like Batman and Robin, "I'm afraid you'll have to die." Also, he looks exactly the same.
Oh, yep, that was him. Totally.
Yep. He's also Lex Luthor's dad, the Riddler.
Yep.
Somebody tell me, how does he do it? Like he's very funny. Like as these types of roles, and like I said, I always enjoy seeing him when he pops up, and he needs to pop up in the new DCU. He's like that, the guy who played Polka Dot Man. Like he has like 5 different DC roles he's played in different like universes, and that too. He was in the Arrowverse. He was in Gotham. He was also like in Dark Knight and that too. David, I can't pronounce his last name, but he's been in a lot of things. But yeah, I absolutely love Shazam. It's one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. Yeah, maybe the action's not quite as impressive as some of the things, but honestly, like that doesn't really bother me like at all, because it's more the character moments I'm here for with this type of movie. I don't necessarily need big bombastic action bits, and the action is more comedic than like edge of your seat, like thrill ride type stuff. And the bits where they all kind of get powers at the end was a nice surprise. Like in terms of the third act, them all kind of working together to save things. And like I said, like you also have Freddie in there, who's also great in his relationship with Billy. Billy like learning, and I also love too, you don't see this too often, foster families like showcased in a really positive lights. Like the foster family, like in another movie, like because don't you always feel like too, like, oh, the orphanage is evil and all that too, but here we have like this really loving family.
Well, because the foster system sucks ass, so it's really
Right.
hard to make it look nice, because it does suck as much as media says it does, and
Right.
it's worse in real life.
Right. But it's nice to have like these foster parents, if you will, that like showcase this genuine, like real likability. Like everyone's just likable in this movie too. Billy, like I said, also has to kind of earn the title of Shazam in a way, because like he's a little bit selfish at first. But like I said, him finding like his real family and that in the end, like that, like I said, after like meeting his mom and that too, I would have been interested to see him actually like meet his dad in the sequel, but we never really got to that as well. But or maybe if they did a third one, which I don't think they will, given Shazam 2 didn't really do so well financially. But I love the Shazam family. It's generally very funny. like I said, I just love the hell out of this movie. I'm never really bored while watching it. Although I do like, I know originally they wanted to get Henry Cavill for that ending scene, but I don't know if it was contract disputes or whatnot. And like I said, like Zachary Levi has gone on to say he wanted Henry Cavill in that scene. They all tried to get him. I don't know if it was like scheduling conflicts or whatnot, or Henry's agent and all that. I don't know what it was holding him back, but it really needed him at that ending scene. But it's kind of like made for a funny gag. And I've seen even the director do like a funny thing where they like pan up and he's got like a giant long neck or something. It's just Henry's face attached to it. Like, so like he's good at shit posting and that too. Not much else to say, but fuck Billy's mom. She's a bitch. Just the worst. But this movie's fantastic. I love it. It's a masterpiece of the comic book genre. It's a phenomenal DC film.
Well, yeah. My number one has not changed. Zack Snyder's
Justice League
is my favorite of the entire franchise, and still to this day, Zack Snyder's Justice League remains my number one favorite superhero film of all time. And it still is one of my favorite movies in general of all time. And we'll get this out of the way. Yes, it's long. And because of that, almost as much as Batman versus Superman, this kind of renders it hard to rewatch because it is such a gargantuan behemoth of a film. But that's a big reason why I love it, is because of how long it is. Sure, the gaggle of Jason Momoa fangirls either could have been snipped out or it could have been shortened, but I still don't care. Similar
They're sniffing his clothes. Sorry.
Similar to Godzilla King of the Monsters, anything and everything this movie does, I am just all for it. It's long. It's dark and gritty. There's a lot of slow-mo done right for me.
A bit excessive at come on, like sometimes it gets way too much. Like, doesn't it annoy you when you hear every time like an Amazon moves, it's something that's like like that battle cry music? I get so annoyed by the end. I'm like, oh my god, do I need to hear this one more time?
The fight scenes are fantastic. The chemistry and performances are all really strong. Darkseid is fucking awesome. Steppenwolf is a big improvement. Not the villain that I would have asked for the first Justice League movie specifically. I think I actually would have gone for Brainiac instead. But still, we probably wouldn't have had the amazing Darkseid sequences that we have in this. So who cares? Yeah, I love this movie to absolute death. I am very glad that at least the fans managed to get the studio to release this movie. Their actions post Justice League 2021's release is excessive and questionable, just like them constantly saying, give us what we want, 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 and just trolling everything else that Warner Brothers
even like when it's like a memorable like a memorial thing. I mean, it's kind of died down a bit from where it was at because I think some have just accepted, but some will never let it go. Even I feel like until the new DCU is in like full effect. And then, like, if something underperforms or something like, see, you should have went with this thing. Well, if that was the case, then BVS wouldn't have had a huge drop off like in its second weekend if the audience really embraced it as much as some fans like to think it is. Now, the Snyder Cut is much better than BVS, but you know what I mean? Like, if audiences got
the one thing that I would have asked for more of, give us some fucking live action, big screen, mainstream Martian Manhunter action. God damn it. Supergirl helps, even if the effects are woefully inconsistent with that show. At least it's something. Give us more Martian Manhunter. Martian Manhunter is my favorite DC superhero. And it's such a shame that outside of the comics, he's always gotten the shitty end of the stick.
Mm-hmm.
I want a Martian Manhunter movie, damn it. Please.
Yeah, like I can finally start fighting for this world. Dude, where the fuck were you when we needed you? Like, come on, Swanwick. Like, good choice for the role. I also wish, too, can I say one thing, too? Like, I am mad that they revealed that beforehand Because like Zack Snyder revealed, like, okay, he was playing him in the movie before we got the Snyder Cut. How cool would that have been if we didn't know going into it that Martian Manhunter was in this thing? Like, that would have been a really cool surprise, but unfortunately it was ruined. But it also kind of takes away the emotional weight of Lois talking to like Martha Kent, because it's not really Martha Kent saying these things, it's someone else. But you know, it's still kind of cool to see him. The effects look a little iffy on Martian Manhunter, I'd say. Maybe because they just didn't have time to design everything fully, but as a CGI character, he doesn't look great. I would have liked more practical makeup usage, like in that, right, like the Krypton TV show. The Brainiac design looks phenomenal on it, like it's movie quality with the makeup. But yeah,
Not much else to say. Zack Snyder's Justice League is a masterpiece, in my opinion. Anything and everything that it does, I am all for it.
yes.
Holy
Jeez.
I did not expect this to be so long.
Nick, we are like, I think we should run through just like a quick like rundown of where our rankings were before we kind of wrap this thing up and give final thoughts, because this is holy shit. Almost 4.5 hours we've been talking DC. I'm going to explode.
All right, so let's
the only one we had the same exact number was number 17. Like, it's the only one we're exactly alike. But you know what? I actually,
unlike our original video where we did have some of the same things. So for me, Justice League, Blue Beetle, Batman versus Superman, Wonder Woman 84, Shazam, The Flash, Man of Steel, Peacemaker, Shazam 2, Wonder Woman, Suicide Squad 2016, Birds of Prey, The Suicide Squad, Aquaman 2, Black Adam, Aquaman, and Zack Snyder's Justice League.
All right, running down my list. Number 17, we have Justice League. Number 16, Suicide Squad. Number 15, Wonder Woman 1984. Number 14, Blue Beetle. Number 13, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Number 12, Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. Number 11, Shazam Fury of the Gods. Number 10, Zack Snyder's Justice League. Number 9, Black Adam. Number 8, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. Number 7, Man of Steel. Number 6, The Flash. Number 5, Aquaman. Number 4, The Suicide Squad. Number 3, Wonder Woman. Number 2, Peacemaker. And at number 1, Shazam! What if I just transformed right there?
I'd be like, give me some of that shit.
Yeah. Holy shit, Nick. This is the biggest live stream we've ever done. Like, in terms of like, just
I have nothing to plug because I have no idea what I'm going to do next week.
I'm
but
I do a meal first. That's what I'm going to do next.
Yeah, me too. I want to end this by dedicating this video to some people, because I'm not just tooting my own horn. I feel like I'm the biggest defender of this franchise on the entire planet, as far as I'm concerned.
The overall thing too, because there's different factions within the DCU. Some who only like Zack Snyder stuff, and others who deem anything else inferior. You just like it overall as a whole. It's all one universe.
I think I'm the only one that exists. Like Lord Hellhound is pretty close, but even then, there's a couple movies in this series that he just doesn't like.
Right, and that's me too. Like, there's things I will defend, but there's other ones where I'm just like, not really.
I feel like I'm the only one on this planet who loves all of these movies and show. So I want to dedicate this to some people. I do want to dedicate this video to Henry Cavill. It's just a shame that he never got to really
Superman he wanted to.
He never got to do the things that he really wanted to do.
That poor man. I mean, with all his millions of dollars and like, but like in terms of IPs, like he had the problems with this, The Witcher. Hopefully Warhammer works out for him.
Everything that he wants to do. And Argyle is not doing very well, unfortunately.
With his awful haircut.
I want to dedicate this to Ben Affleck and Gal Gadot as well. I want to dedicate this list to Mr. Zack Snyder. And this is random. I want to dedicate this to Channel Nerdgasm, my favorite comic book YouTuber and the entire platform. I kind of tried to reach out to him to maybe have him be a guest for this video, but I never got any response. Would have been fun to have him here. But then again, if we did, this probably would be like 6 hours long.
Right. And I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Hey, you
But
know,
anyway,
we talked longer than the entirety of the Snyder Cut, so there's that. We could have
Yeah.
watched Justice League twice.
I want to dedicate this video to all those people. Thank you to all those actors and directors who gave us this franchise. And I can't wait for the next time where I binge all of these movies. It'll be a fun ride.
It takes some time, I tell you what.
All
I can't believe I
right.
binged it all in 6 days. Like, that to me is just unfathomable, just to have covered all these movies in that amount of time. But yeah, Nick, like, it's such a surreal feeling, like saying goodbye to the DC extended universe after 10 years. I mean, some elements will kind of maybe we'll see these characters again. Well, some will carry over into the James Gunn's new DCU, but there will always be a place out there. Like, you know what? I'm going to quote Idris Elba in Pacific Rim. You can always find me in the Rift. The Rift.
There you go.
So,
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's always going to be a place out there for this universe and what it did. And it did bring some attention to things. It didn't all quite work out so well. Obviously, they're ending it after 10 years. But you know what? At the same time, at least we have a fucking ending. Like, instead of just never ending, like, continuous stuff. I also think it's crazy that the MonsterVerse is officially lasting longer than the DCEU, assuming, well, I'm sure they're going to greenlight more stuff at this point. But, like, the fact that, you know, this series only went for 10 years and now they're kind of restarting it. I do think it had to be done, though, because it was just too disjointed and, like, too incohesive. And it needed a fresh start. Like, I mean, it kind of sucks to say, but they probably should have ripped the Band-Aid off years ago, but Aquaman made $1 billion. And so they're like, and then we had Shazam and all that all ready to go. I don't know. Like, I feel like I wonder what would happen if, like, you know, if things worked out differently. So, but you never know with these sort of things. So, but it was an adventure. It was kind of cool to go back, and it takes a lot out of you to watch this much in 6 days. I don't think I'll ever do that again. I don't know if I'll ever like binge the whole series again. Maybe in like a long I think maybe I got to give it a couple of years at least before I come back to it. Like I did here, because this is the first time I binged the entire series. And you know, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom will be arriving in my collection next month. But I mean, this is a surreal thing. So I also want to say thanks for inviting me on to this thing. I feel like it had to be us though. Like, if you had to have anyone, it had to be me. And I'm glad I actually, because like I couldn't just do it off of memory. It wouldn't have been fitting unless I binged it all, because we're at the end of this journey now. I'll have to do a video of my own at some point, but I have it all ranked and I got to write stuff down because like I'm just kind of exhausted at this point. I mean, we've talked for 4.5 hours. This is by far. Yes. I'm gonna get me a nice bit of fish and chips or something.
Post your comments down below. Let me know what you think. Hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Share this video with your friends. Go subscribe to Sean's channel.
Got some stuff coming
as
up.
Always, I will see you guys in the next video. And remember, I'm a fan of truth, but I'm also a fan of justice.